A freaking fighter jet is pretty dope. He cut off his pee-pee.
What?
I was like, who is that?
GG. GG's ready.
Oh. Never mind. Fuck you.
Okay. So, Snake survives this game. Madnar survives this game. But I've never heard of Gustava Hefner in the Solid series, so we'll see. Oh! Holy shit! Damn!
It's over, Anakin! I have the high ground!
Thought I wasn't gonna get him.
This isn't the time, Sergeant.
What?
He's fine, Adams.
Try that again with the mic unmuted. What is up, everyone? Why is the gain through the fucking roof? Oh my god. One of these days I'll figure out how to use a microphone. I mean, it's been 3 years. I got to figure out at one point, right? Okay. Good evening, or good morning, or good afternoon, my lovely viewers. So, you're a follower of the stream, or maybe you watch the YouTube channel. Who knows? I recently got my 100th platinum. Yay! Hooray! It was a transcendent experience. So let me tell you. I never thought I would get beyond like 40 platinums, and now I'm sitting here at 100. And I think it's a good idea to look back on them and see how they stack up. I wasn't sure what I wanted to do to kind of celebrate the milestone. I honestly just, well, no, we got 100. All right, let's work on 101. But I think it's time to slow down and kind of look at what I've done so far. So, we got 100 fucking games to rank on a tier list, and let me kind of like break down how this is going to work, okay? So I have 6 categories. The first one is both are amazing, play it. And what I mean by both. So a lot of times you have a great game, but a fucking terrible platinum. So it's not always cut and dry what a trophy list should be when it comes to a game. Like, you'd think a trophy list would just be, oh, do everything in the game. But that's not always very helpful, because a lot of games, well, they have multiple difficulty levels, they have multiple like hidden areas, they have multiple skill trees you need to develop, multiple items you need to get. You know, where's the cutoff? Like, at what point have you seen all of the game? You know, like you probably don't want a game that has a trophy where it's like, hey, beat the game 100 times. That's a bit unreasonable. It's a quick way to make your game not very fun. So both are amazing. Play it just means the game itself is amazing and the trophy list is amazing, which is rarer than you would think. Now, the next one below that is both are great, both are fine. And then we kind of have a little divide. So the game is fun, but the platinum is paying. So there's a lot of games that I've played where the game itself is great. Nothing wrong with it. But the things you're asked to do to get the platinum trophy is just fucking Christ. Like, you can take a good game and make it just so painful with a trophy list. But you can also take a not so great game and make it a little better through a trophy list. Example of this would be, let's say BioShock Infinite, right? So BioShock Infinite by itself is an alright game, but on the harder difficulties, you really need to learn how to use your weapons and your vigors, because If you don't, you're just gonna just not do very good, and it's gonna be just fucking painful, right? So, got 100 games here, and all of these games are in the order of when I got them. So why can't I zoom down anymore? So I went and I got some images. There we go. Every single platinum that I got in order. And they're going to go up here one way or another. Now, I did make notes to myself, but for stuff I want to talk about for these games, I only got as far as this game. Wow, that's really bad. That's really bad pixelated quality, but whatever. I only got as far as this game. I believe I got all the way to Life is Strange, yeah. It's still like 80 fucking games, man. I wrote a lot over the past day because I didn't want to get up here and just kind of like rant and rave, whatever. Oh, don't do that. All right. It's also kind of embarrassing how long it took for me to get rid of the ads that would pop up on either side of the tier maker. Anyway, first things first. So the first platinum I ever got was Final Fantasy 13. So back in the day, when I was a young man in middle school and high school, I discovered a wonderful RPG called Final Fantasy VI. This was during my emulation days where I would just emulate a lot of like 16-bit and 8-bit games that I never played before. I'll be right back.
The freaking fighter jet is pretty dope. He cut off his pee-pee.
What?
I was like, who is that?
GG. GG's ready.
In a hotel right now, and they ask if they could clean my room. It's almost 6 o'clock right now, so it's honestly kind of late. But oh well, I need that to be big enough so I can see who's talking. Man, having just a couple monitors sucks. Anyway, so back in the day, I played Final Fantasy VI. That was the game that really introduced me to RPGs and made me like fall in love with RPGs. Before that, the only RPG I'd ever played was Super Mario RPG. Yes, the original version of the remake that's out right now. So back in the day, I promise this won't be too long of a story. 6-year-old Kashmir wanted to buy a video game. And he wanted to buy Super Mario RPG. Didn't know what an RPG was. All he knew was that when he saw it on TV, it was a 3D Mario game, or like whatever passed for 3D, isometric back in the day on the Super Nintendo. So, hey Vanya, what's up? Welcome to the stream. We're about to rank 100 games based on their platinum trophies. But of course, I'm telling a lame-ass story about how I fell in love with RPGs. Anyway, I saved up my money with love from Russia. Vanya, isn't that also Ivan? I used to date a Ukrainian girl. She had a dog named Vanya. She would call the dog Ivan or Vanya interchangeably. What you up to, man? I don't speak Russian, my guy. Where was I? Yeah, so I bought Super Mario RPG, and I learned very quickly what an RPG was, and I was like, damn, I thought it was a platformer. Back in the day, games were expensive, and whatever you got, you better be playing, because it wasn't like you could just go out on the store and buy another game for $5 like you can now. So I played through Super Mario RPG, and I kind of fell in love with it. I never played another RPG for years and years until I played Final Fantasy VI. After that, I was hooked. I played every RPG I could get my hands on, and I wanted to see everything. I wanted to see all the bosses. I wanted to get all the weapons. I want to see all the equipment. Oh my, I think that if that Ukrainian girl will go to Russia, Putin will kill her. She has no love for Russian. She has no love for Putin or the Russian government, let me tell you. And she's never actually been to Russia, and she's lived in the United States since I think she was 19, so that would be about 18, 19 years she's lived in the United States. So, if you notice, pretty much all of these early platinums are RPGs. Because for a long time, that's all I played. And I played, a lot of the Final Fantasies back in the day, and I tried to get everything. So I think it's fitting that Final Fantasy 13 is the first ever platinum. So that's kind of a little backstory for why so many of these early platinums are RPGs. So, Final Fantasy 13. It has a wonderful battle system. I love Subnautica and Beholder. I haven't played Subnautica. I hear it's like a pretty short, pretty interesting game. How do you like this? I haven't played Subnautica or Beholder, actually. So I used to play nothing but RPGs, but nowadays I play kind of like a little bit of everything. Excuse me. But, what was I going to say? Yeah. Final Fantasy 13 has a wonderful battle system. But I would say terrible story and terrible writing. The characters are pretty one-dimensional and almost comical with how they react to certain situations. I would definitely say it's a pretty mid Final Fantasy, and that's being pretty generous. So right now, I want to put it somewhere here. Both are fine. Cry from Jacob's Story in first. Beholder and Teaser is second. I don't know what you're talking about, man. I've never played Beholder. Is it any good? For Final Fantasy 13. So the story is fine. The story is okay. It's nothing to write home about. It's a bit ridiculous, but the gameplay is fire, and I really like the battle system, even if the level up system is a bit shallow, because you can really only go in one direction, even though the game makes it seem like you have choice. It makes it seem like the sphere grid from 10, but it's not really. It's very linear, much like the game itself. Mm-hmm. Well, the Platinum kind of redeems it a bit. So there's a lot of optional missions and a lot of optional fights against enemies that are probably a bit too tough for the main game, called the Seat Stones. And that's great, because it gives you a reason to want to level up, and it gives you a reason to learn the battle system. That's good. It encourages skill. But there's one trophy that really grinds my gears, and that's, Treasure Hunter, which requires you to have held every single accessory in the game. The way you get that in Final Fantasy 13 is that you level up accessories by funneling materials into them, and you buy materials with Gil. Well, Gil doesn't drop in this game. You have to sell materials to get the Gil, and the best way to do that is selling platinum ingots. You get platinum ingots by fighting adamantoises. So if you got this platinum, or you went after this platinum, you spent roughly about 10 to 20 hours killing the goddamn giant turtles and the adamantoises to get enough money to upgrade everything and get that trophy. So, I don't know. I'm looking at both are fine, or I'm looking at the plat is pain. I think I'm going to go for game is fun, plat is pain. Because if Treasure Hunter was taken out of the game, I would put it at both are great. But because Treasure Hunter's in the game, and no matter what, you're going to be spending 10 to 20 hours grinding turtles, kind of sucks. And playing Beholder, our leader will relive the USSR. I'm drinking the Dobry Cola. What are you on right now, Vanya? What's that game that came out recently that was heavily inspired by USSR? What was it, Atomic Heart? I'm thinking about playing that game, although the platinum is incredibly difficult. All right, moving on. We got 99 more. We got 99 of these to go through. All right, Resonance of Fate. So Resonance of Fate actually came out the same week as Final Fantasy 13. I only figured this out recently when I was doing a little bit of research for this, this thing I'm doing. And that's probably why not many people have heard of it, because Final Fantasy 13 comes out, it's like no other RPG exists in that moment. So if you've never played Resonance of Fate before, it's like no other RPG you've probably ever played. It's a tactical RPG, but maybe a lot of people played tactical RPGs. Like I played Final Fantasy Tactics back in the day. I never really played anything else. But Resonance of Fate is a tactical RPG that the positioning of characters on the battlefield is relevant. It's like this weird mixture of like an action RPG and a turn-based RPG, where your position on the battlefield matters. Like you have cover, you have like barriers between you and the enemies, and you have this ability called a hero run, where you basically like run to a certain place on the battlefield and you can kind of like jump, and as you jump you can like shoot your guns at enemies. It's kind of janky, honestly, but it's definitely a unique experience. Now that being said, to get the platinum trophy is super tedious. So there's this Coliseum, right? And to complete the Coliseum for a trophy, you need to complete every fight in the Coliseum. There's 50 fights. Easy, right? No, because for some reason you have to do each fight 5 times. So now we're talking about 250 fights. I've never played Minecraft. Never played it. The stream might be a while, man. I got 9 of these things to go through. What was I going to say? Yeah, look. It's the first 100 platinums I got. There's like 99 more to go through. What do you mean how? How am I going to do it? I mean, you just saw me do one. I just got to do that 99 more times. What time is it in Russia right now? Back to Resonance of Fate. So like I said, that's 250 fights, because you got to fight each fight in the Coliseum 5 times, and there's 50 fights. So that's 250 fights. So fighting 250 times in this battle system is kind of tedious, because you can't just kind of turn off your brain and auto battle. Every single fight requires positioning and like knowledge. And even if you're like a really high level, enemies can still kill you if you're like not paying attention. So you never get to a point where you're so strong you don't have to pay attention. But if you use the environment to your advantage, you can actually pull out a win against enemies way higher level than you. There's also a money glitch in the PS3 version, which is the one I got, where if you buy materials and craft something and sell that thing you crafted, you actually get more money than it costs to buy the materials. So you just do that a couple 100 times and you have basically infinite money, and you can buy all the best gun parts in the game. Yeah, you use guns. That was fixed in the PS4 version, and I have played the PS4 version, and goddamn do I miss that glitch, because it makes the grind for money significantly harder, and I didn't realize how valuable money actually is in this game. So it just made the game harder than it needed to be. So for that reason, I'm going to put it as game is fun and platter of pain. I'm tempted to put it in game and platter of pain, but the game actually is pretty fun and unique. All right. Fallout 3. That's what this is. 1520. I'm in Omsk. I've never been there. Where is that? I'm in the South China Sea right now. In the middle of the ocean. Don't I have good internet? All right, so... Oh, nope, don't do that. Don't do that. Can I move it back? How do I move it back? Oh, shit. We do this. There we go. So Fallout 3. Fallout 3... To give you an idea, I got these platinums back in like 2008. All right. Trying to get a hold of me. Who knows? I got about 1 million notifications. Siberian City? Really? We're out in the middle of nowhere. Oh, in Kazakhstan? I think I've actually been there. I might have like flown through there at one point. All right, let's phrase that. All right, so Fallout 3. This is my first Fallout. I never played Fallout 1 or 2. This was also the first open world game I'd ever played. And for that reason, it was a pretty fun game. Oh, in Kazakhstan? What'd you think of Fallout 3? Fallout 3 was fun, but I don't know if I would play it again. Because I think a lot of the fun of it was just the novelty of it being an open world game, and I had never played an open world game before. You know, so I was like, where do I go? What do I do? And just being able to like go places and do things was just a lot of fun. There's also not too many missables. Oh, you like Fallout 3? I liked it. It was fun. And the only missables, this is one of the first times I actually read a trophy guide before I try to get all the trophies. And so there's like 3 missable trophies. It's like you reach a certain level with certain karma. So it's like reach level 10 with good karma, reach level 10 with bad karma, you know, stuff like that. Well, you can kind of cheese it by like saving right before you hit level 10 as like a good character, getting to the level, getting the trophy for, you know, good karma, and then reloading that save and just going into a town and killing people. Emirto, what's that? But yeah, if you're actually going after the Fallout 3 Platinum Trophy, if you have any inkling whatsoever to do that, save right before you hit those levels that you need to get the specific threshold for, and just like reload. Yeah, that's what I did. I remember distinctly saving like at like level 9.5 before like level 10, getting to the level with good karma, reloading the save, and going into like Nuketown and just killing everyone I saw, just like murdering everybody. And in so doing, shutting off like half the game to me because all the quest givers were dead. Why are you giving me locations to where you live, man? Are you asking me to save you? Damn, dude. Yeah, I'm somewhere over here right now. How do I... There we go. And F11. So, Fallout 3 is a fun game. I wouldn't say it's a masterpiece of a game, but it's probably my favorite Fallout. I don't know. I really haven't played another Fallout game, so I've never played New Vegas. Eesh. I know. It's supposed to be like one of the best Fallout games. I played Fallout 4, but I never got very far in it. It's definitely a game I'll revisit at some point, but... So for Fallout 3, I'm just going to say it's fine. Game's fine. The Platinum's fine. It's not too bad. It's fine. It's... Which makes it the highest ranked game so far. That's interesting. All right. Final Fantasy 13-2. So, I was actually excited for this game to come out. I don't know why. I think I'm just like a Final Fantasy 13 fan or Final Fantasy fanboy. So I actually pre-ordered this in the mail as like a physical copy. I was in Italy at the time. And I remember going to like my PO box and taking this game out and unwrapping it and be like, oh, Final Fantasy 13-2, which, I mean, Final Fantasy 13 was a mediocre game at best, but I was still excited to play the sequel. I don't know why. I remember enjoying this game more than 13 on first impression, but I've never revisited it. And I have revisited 13. I have played it again after I got the Platinum, which is super rare for me for like RPGs. Final Fantasy 13-2, when I think back on it, I really couldn't stand the characters. They didn't seem like real people, and they seemed to talk in these like overblown theatrics. They seem to be like talk in terms of like poetics. Like they talk like they're in a poem or something, and they didn't seem like real people at all. So I didn't really care about them, and because I didn't care about the characters, the story was just didn't click for me. Gameplay I remember being pretty fun. Gameplay I remember being more open ended. than Final Fantasy 13, but not as fun. I don't know. It's hard to explain. Like with Final Fantasy 13, if you got the right paradigm and you got the right role actions to use, you could like stomp a boss. You know, if you hit him with that smart bomb, which was 2 saboteurs and 1 Ravager, you could just put a ton of debuffs on him. You like Final Fantasy 13? I do too, but it's a mediocre game at best. And I remember, but I remember the platinum not being that bad. I remember there being one annoying trophy, and that was you had to win a certain amount of chips from the casino. However, what you can do is go to the casino and just like hold the button down and like tape it down and just like leave and come back in a few hours and you'll have the trophy. That's what I did. I actually went to dinner. I like went out with some friends and I left the game on and just like held down the X button. And when I came back and checked the trophies, I had got it. And I just turned the game off and didn't save. But the best game is real life. Nah, real life sucks. Graphics are terrible, frame rate's terrible, it's poorly optimized, and there's no DLC. Once you get to the end of the game, that's it. There's no going back. You also can't reload old saves. Real life is a 2 out of 10 at best. So Final Fantasy 13. Oh yeah, there's also a time travel mechanic, and time travel narratives rarely work in games, which is weird because one of my favorite games of all time is Majora's Mask, and it's built around time travel. But because time travel is so relevant, or is so prevalent in 13.2, the entire time you're thinking, who gives a shit? You have time travel. Whenever something bad happens, you can just go back in time and stop it. So I'm going to say both are fine, honestly. Like, there's no 10 to 20 hour slog to get a bunch of materials and stuff like that. What are you talking about, Vonnie? You're talking kind of wild. You're talking kind of nuts. Anyway, moving right along. Hey, 4 down, 96 to go. Ratchet & Clank 3, also known as Ratchet & Clank Up Your Arsenal in America. So this was the first ever Ratchet & Clank I ever played back on the PS2. I actually got it for my brother for a Christmas present. But like, so my brother had a PS2, I had a GameCube, or maybe he had a GameCube, I had a PS2. I don't remember. But the point is, like, if he got a game, I was playing it eventually. And if I got a game, he was playing it eventually. So he tried out Ratchet & Clank 3, didn't like it, and I was like, move over, let me try it. You never played Ratchet & Clank? It's pretty good. Ratchet & Clank 3, I think, came out in like 2005, 2006. It came out only a year or so after Ratchet & Clank 2. Like, it was kind of rushed, to be honest. And for that reason, it's actually my least favorite Ratchet & Clank in the original 4 games, the quadrilogy, if you will. It's still a super fun game, but it doesn't really have the kind of themes and story and character-driven, dialogue that it was in like the other 3 games. It's a fun game, but it's a very shallow game. But I think it's a lot of fun. It's not amazing. It's a lot of fun, and the platinum's not too bad. So the Ratchet & Clanks 1 through 3 were all pretty straightforward. It was like, hey, beat the game. You didn't have to beat it on the highest difficulty. Just beat the game. I think there was only 1 difficulty, honestly. Beat the game, upgrade all the weapons, buy all the weapons, complete all of the Coliseum levels, defeat all the bosses. And I want to say there was a New Game Plus playthrough, but New Game Plus playthrough, you're completely loaded up with like 1 million weapons, so you just blast through everything. It literally takes like an hour, maybe 2, when you're fully leveled up to just blast through the whole game without having to do the side content. So I think I'm going to put that as both are great. Both are great. And I must have thought that at the time, because the next one I got was Ratchet & Clank 1. No, I'm not going to say that. Toss me some bits and I'll say it. Give me 100 bits and I'll say it. All right. Ratchet & Clank 1. Ratchet & Clank 1 came out in 2002. And it holds up amazingly well. Are you actually gonna toss me some bits? I like a little vodka every now and then. What about you? What's your go-to drink? Better not be vodka. That's stereotypical. Like I actually like.
I want
whiskey.
to win. I want that trophy.
Oh my God! What is going on with the? Oh, what is going on with the audio? Jesus Christ! Why is the audio so fucked? Thank you for the follow, Vanya. I don't know what's going on with the audio. Maybe because I'm not using the capture card. I'm actually like streaming something from my computer. All right, Ratchet and Clank. I played this game about 10 to 15 years after it came out. I played it on the PS3 HD remaster. It holds up surprisingly well. It's a bit less action focused than Ratchet and Clank 3, and it's way more like a 3D platformer, which is fine. Let's give the USSR. The USSR hasn't been a thing since like 1991, my guy. 22 years ago, the USSR ceased to exist. I think you're talking about the Russian Federation. Ratchet and Clank, though, can be a bit of a pain to platinum. So you have to get all the weapons in this game, which means you have to buy the Rhino, which only costs 100,000 bolts. But there's no bolt multiplier on New Game Plus. So in most Ratchet and Clank games, once you beat the game, you can do New Game Plus. And you start out getting like double bolts. And the more enemies you kill without getting hit, that multiplier goes up. So you could get like 17 times the normal bolts. So in like one level, you could get like 1,000,000 bolts. That wasn't the thing in Ratchet and Clank 1. If you were to play it legitimately, you'd have to play through the game like 2 or 3 times. You had to play through the game like 2 or 3 times to get enough bolts to get the Rhino. But there is a way around it, sort of a glitch. And I used this glitch to get the Rhino. I actually got the Rhino super early, so I played through half the game with like the most powerful weapon in the game. So it basically trivialized most of the game. But it was still fun. It was still fun to play through it, even if I was completely overpowered. So I guess if you don't use the glitch, it's kind of a pain in the ass. But if you do use the glitch, it's actually really fun.
Eternity.
Oh my God. Is that what it sound? Oh my God. Why does it sound so shit, my guy? Did that sound as bad for you as it did for me? One eternity. I don't know why it sounds so bad.
Oh my god!
Okay, that sounds better. That sounds better. Hang on a second. I'm gonna try something.
No, this isn't happening. There's no reason for me to go on. What am I fighting for?
Oh damn! Use like all your channel points just now. What am I fighting for? It's like that's one of the Mega Man X's. I forget which one it is. Fight for some food. What's your afternoon looking like, Vanya? What you got going on this Sunday or Saturday? What is it? Saturday for you? No, it's Sunday. Yeah, it's Sunday for you, right? Yeah. All right. So, Ratchet and Clank 1. Pretty good. In fact, you know what? I'm going to put it up on both are great. I wouldn't say amazing, because having to use that glitch to make it a more reasonable playthrough, I think knocks it out of the top spot. Nothing, no concerts, no shops. We have only computers, and that's it. Meanwhile, I'm in a super fancy hotel. All right, this is Skyrim, by the way. Maybe I could have picked a better representative of Skyrim, but like that's it. So Skyrim. I kind of cheated with Skyrim. I 100% used the alchemy glitch to make myself ridiculously powerful. I think I had like 80 billion health or something like that, and health regen of like 20 million health a second. So in other words, like nothing in the game could possibly kill me. Like not even close. Almost nothing in the game could even make my health bar appear. That might be why I found the game a bit boring, to be honest. So before I used the glitch, it seemed like so chaotic. It's like they just took all this stuff and like threw it together without any kind of like balancing or like trying to see if everything worked. I mean, I don't know. I did plat One Piece Odyssey. Oh, that's a new one. What is up, true romantic gentleman? I love that name, by the way. Oh, you're not. Wait. You've been following since January. I did plat One Piece Odyssey. Vonnie, you need to chill, my guy. You just need to relax, man. You need to chill. What's up, true romantic gentleman? I did plat One Piece Odyssey. I think that was plat 97 or 98. But yeah, it's all the way down here. Boom. No, wait, that's there it is, One Piece Odyssey. Oh, it's such terrible. It's such terrible resolution. Anyway. Yeah, so Skyrim. I don't know. I got the platinum for Skyrim, and once I got it, I never played it again. I never really had an urge to play it again. And every time I do, I always want to do the alchemy glitch as soon as possible, so I basically become this like walking, unstoppable god of destruction, and I can just go anywhere I want and just explore the game. At the time, I was still new to open world games, but honestly, Skyrim has never done much for me. You know, the platinum really is just 100% completion. I think you have to clear out like 50 bandit camps or something like that, but you'll be doing that as you're doing other things. You never have to go too far out of your way to do stuff in Skyrim to get the platinum that you wouldn't be doing otherwise. So, it's fine. It's fine. Whatever. Here we go. Ni no Kuni, Wrath of the White Witch. So, I love this game. I think this is a absolutely wonderful game, and if you've never played it, but you love RPGs, you owe it to yourself to check this thing out. It's one of the best RPGs I've ever played, and I've played a lot of games. I mean, I'm doing 100 fucking platinum trophies right here. And there's tons of games I never got the platinum trophies for. So, I played a lot of games. It's one of the best RPGs I've ever played. It's literally like playing a Ghibli film, or like a Miyazaki film, you know, whatever. It's like playing Spirited Away or something like that. It's also an absolute gut punch in the first 10 minutes. I would classify it as like a children's game. Like it's a game. The story is meant to be like the audience is meant to be children. And that being said, it plays like a children's movie from the 1980s. What I mean by that is like, have you ever seen kids movies from the 1980s? They didn't give a fuck, man. They would traumatize the shit out of some kids. Like what was it? Neverending Story, and the poor horse Artax getting depressed and being drowned in the swamp of sadness, and Atreyu like just mourning the death of his horse. Like just an absolutely brutal movie. That's kind of what Ni no Kuni is in like the first 10 minutes, and you're like, oh my god, I can't believe they did that. But it's surprisingly mature for a kid's game or a movie. I think if this was a lesser game, everything would be wrapped up in the end, like in like a big little bow. But it's a bittersweet ending, kind of reflective of real life. I can't really say any more without spoiling it. I think you all owe it to yourself. If you haven't played it, check it out. But here's the thing. To get the platinum trophy, you need to collect. So this is kind of like a Pokemon collecting game, right? To get the platinum trophy, you got to catch every single familiar in the game, which is basically Pokemon. And obviously, you don't need every single familiar to beat the game. And there's really no way to guarantee you catching a familiar. You just have to fight a lot of them, and eventually one of them will allow itself to be captured. That's really annoying because it basically means you just have to grind out battles. But you also need to grind out battles for crafting materials. Oh, nice. You also have to grind out crafting materials. And you also need to grind out for levels because there's a trophy to reach a certain level. And there's also a trophy to learn everybody's abilities. So it's an RPG. It's very grindy. But like, if you're playing an RPG and you're going for a platinum, I think that's kind of what you signed up for. You know, like it's unreasonable to not expect someone to grind at least a little bit in an RPG. At the very least, you're never grinding one thing for too long. It's not like Final Fantasy 13 where you're only killing the goddamn turtles for like 10 to 20 hours. And it's not like Resonance of Fate where you're doing every single fight 5 times, even if you don't need to. So I, maybe controversially, am going to put this in amazing. You should play it. I assume by the end of this, everyone's just going to look at both at amazing and just be like, okay, got it. All right. I know it's possible in Twitch. What do you mean you didn't know it was possible in Twitch? You ever been on Twitch before? All right, moving on. Jak and Daxter. So I didn't play this when I was a kid. I didn't play this for the first time until I was like in my 20s. I think I got the Jak and Daxter collection for like $4 at a GameStop, and I was like, yeah, fuck it, whatever. I still to this day have not played or beaten Jak 2 or 3, just the first one. I knocked this bitch out in one weekend. Super cozy and a fun game. And it reminded me of all the 3D platformers I played as a kid. I wouldn't say like, oh, you have to play this. It's a wonderful game experience. It was just fun. And the platinum was basically, hey, collect everything. Like the platinum, I didn't have to play the game twice. I just had to collect all the hidden precursor orbs, I think it was. Like it was a fairly reasonable platinum. It was just 100%. So I'm going to put this as both are great. Both are pretty good. I rank Jak and Daxter higher than Skyrim. Yeah, fuck you, Skyrim. It's Jak and Daxter. All right. Kingdom Hearts 2. That's what this thing is. Just take my word for it. So, at the time, Kingdom Hearts 2 was the hardest platinum I ever got. So, Kingdom Hearts 2 requires you to beat the game on the hardest difficulty. That was the first time I'd ever played a game that made me play on the hardest difficulty. But Kingdom Hearts 2 is a game that I have a lot of familiarity with, and playing on the hardest difficulty wasn't that bad. It's actually a lot of fun. So Kingdom Hearts 2 is one of the very few games that does the hardest difficulty right. So on the hardest difficulty, Sora actually does more damage to enemies than he does on the lesser difficulties. He does, I think, 25% more damage across the board. You gain less experience, which means it's harder to level. Enemies have more health and higher defense and do more damage. But, no, I'm sorry. They have the same health, the same defense, and they do more damage. Basically, they didn't want fights to take forever. And in Kingdom Hearts 2, if you're like a certain amount of levels lower than the enemy, the game will actually bump up your damage, so you're not just doing chip damage to the enemies. Like the game will scale your damage. So even if you're level 1 and they're level 100, you're still going to do like a minimum amount of damage to them. It's not much, but you're doing a decent amount of damage to them, so you're not just like fighting them for like literally 10 hours because of the way the numbers get. It is a fucking genius. Everything about Kingdom Hearts 2 is fucking genius. It's a fucking wonderful game. And at the time, this was the most satisfying platinum trophy I ever got. And I remember getting it and going out to celebrate by getting Arby's. I got it on like a Tuesday or something. But yeah, it's amazing. Play it. So far, the only two ones that have gotten a top spot are the RPGs. But none of them come down here. There's probably not going to be too many ones down here. This one is reserved solely for multiplayer trophies. I think there's only one game I can say I got a multiplayer trophy in. All right, Metal Gear Solid 3. So I have a confession to make. I have never beaten Metal Gear Solid 3 on anything higher than normal difficulty. To this day, I've never beaten it on anything higher than normal difficulty. I played through Metal Gear Solid 3 the first time on normal difficulty. You promise for $5 you can buy a pack of chips, 5 Snickers, a pack of Krishek, and a cola with vanilla. Send me some. I'll give you my address. South China Sea, care of Kashmir Z. Where was I? Yeah. So Metal Gear Solid 3. It's a pretty good platinum, I guess. It's not very demanding because you can play the whole game on very easy, which kind of trivializes the game, to be honest, because on very easy you get the very easy gun, which has unlimited ammo. It's silent with a suppressor that never runs out. It puts enemies to sleep, and just holding it gives you like 95% camo rating. So the guards basically become completely blind around you. It breaks the game in half, and you can play you can get all the trophies on very easy difficulty. There's actually a trophy that requires you not to kill anyone in the entire game, which is made easier with the easy gun, which is the gun I just described, which is only available on easy difficulty. There's also a lot of collectibles in the game. So I played through the game 3 times because I had to get all the collectibles. I had to get all Karatans, which is like there's these like little frogs in the environment that you got to shoot. There's 64 of them. There's basically one on every screen, and they're hidden somewhere, and you got to get all of them. You cannot miss one, and there's no way to track them. There's like no in-game way to track them. So you just have to like get one and then go back and forth between a loading screen and save, and you get to the end and just pray you didn't miss one. They even have them during the EVA chase sections, so you got to like put your sniper rifle out and like shoot them as you're whipping by them at like 100 miles an hour. It's like not something you're gonna do by accident. Like you have to like know where they are and be ready for them up front. You also have to capture every animal, every mushroom, every plant, you basically have to capture one of everything in the game that you can consume. And it's so easy to miss a collectible, and then you have to replay the whole game for it. I might have replayed it a couple times in order to get all the collectibles, and you don't really get anything with these collectibles. You literally just get the trophy, but you don't get anything in game. So it's like incredibly tedious. It's not a good platinum. It really isn't, because it doesn't demand a lot from the player. It doesn't demand you get better. It doesn't demand you engage more with the game. It's just kind of tedious if you take the path of least resistance. If you increase difficulty a bit, try to learn the game a bit, it's okay. It's all right. But as is right now, I cannot. It's fine at best. You know what? No. The game is fun. The plat's a pain. It is a pain having to like keep track of all those collectibles and making sure you got everything. I know it's kind of wild, right? But I think the Legacy Collection improves this trophy a bit, because you have to get Foxhound rank, which means you have to play on the hardest difficulty, which means you do have to learn the game and have to engage with it. But as it is, the HD Collection, game is fun, plat is pain. All right. What is my time so far? Am I at an hour already? 47 minutes. This could take like 10 hours. Whatever. Anyway, this is World of Final Fantasy. World of Final Fantasy is kind of a love letter to the series for Final Fantasy. It was like big when it came out. Like I remember a lot of people talking about it when it came out, and I've like never heard of it since then. But it's a wonderful game, and it's a lot of fun. I'd actually rank it higher than the last 2 mainline Final Fantasies. I'd rank it higher than Final Fantasy 15 and Final Fantasy 16, neither of which I have the platinum for, but I'm very close. So World of Final Fantasy is a beautiful game for fans of Final Fantasy. It's probably the best love letter to the series since Final Fantasy IX. Nearly every single Final Fantasy character that you can think of, within reason, is involved in the story. It's sort of like Kingdom Hearts, where they all kind of exist in the same universe, except there's no Disney characters. So better. The story is very light and fluffy, and it doesn't take itself too seriously until the end, and then it becomes a super cheesy old school 80s style RPG, and it's very well done. The platinum is a bit tedious though. It's a bit tedious because you have to get every single treasure chest in the game, and the game doesn't track it for you. So me personally, I was literally going through the entire game, looking at every single treasure chest in the game, trying to figure out which one I had missed. And yeah, I had to do that multiple times just because I guess I just suck at remembering which treasure chests I picked up and which ones I didn't. And the game doesn't track it for you. So luckily, none of them are missable. So you can go back and get all of them, and it's basically on you if you fail to keep track of them, which is like whatever. What's up, Vanya? So also the mini games. There's like 4 or 5 mini games in the game that are absolute torture to play through, and it made me frustrated to no end. But I was able to do all 5 of them in about like 2 or 3 hours. There's just 2 or 3 hours of pain and frustration. It's a great game if you're a fan of Final Fantasy at all. Maybe it wouldn't be as good if you weren't a fan of Final Fantasy. So it's definitely not amazing. It's definitely not great. I probably put it as both are fine. I want to put it higher, but some of the... Is this as good as Jak and Daxter? Yeah, I think it's as good as Jak and Daxter. All right, moving right along. Man, this is going to get really full really fast. All right, man, you got to stop posting links and shit. Yes. Why are you posting links to your... Why are you posting your address, my guy? Why are you doing that? You need to chill, man. Just relax, man. Stop posting your address. Can I delete this? Hang on a second. I'm not looking at your address, my guy. Can I delete this? I've never actually like deleted a specific message before, so I don't know how to do it. I'm in Streamlabs, so I don't know what to do. Why you want to send me your address? I don't want to see your address. I've never been there, man. Like I've never been to that part of the world, my guy. A lot of people online don't even want to tell you what their name is, and you're like, "Yo, this is my address." I don't know why. You just be like, "Hey, I live near Siberia." Okay, cool. But you're like, "No, this is exactly where you need to know exactly where I live." I don't know. It's just weird to me, man. Go to Omsk. It's cool here. I like where I am right now. Moving on. Shadow of Mordor. I remember absolutely nothing about this game. I remember the final boss and cheap. Where I live, it's pretty cheap. I think when I retire, I'm going to move to Malaysia. Things are very cheap in Malaysia. What am I going to say? Yeah, okay. So Shadow of Mordor. A big part of this game is that you can force enemies to fight for you. You basically like dominate their mind and kind of like take control of their free will. It's actually kind of, yeah. But yeah, you can make orcs fight for you. And the game very like cheaply and lazily uses this against you, because in the final fight, it's like you and your 5 orc generals. And as you go and attack the final boss turns your generals against you. And now you have to fight all the generals and the final boss. So I knew that was coming. And for some reason in the game, you have the power to like kill your orc generals, just like make them kill themselves. And so before the final boss fight began, I did that. I made all the orcs kill themselves, and then I fought the final boss by myself. It's like the entire point of the game is pointless because the final boss. It's like, so what the fuck? Why is it, you know? I don't remember anything else. I don't remember anything else about it. It made the final boss super easy. I also remember the game taught you about stealth kills by replacing the stealth kill with a stealth hug to your wife. Like you would sneak up on your wife, press the stealth kill button, and instead of killing your wife, you would give her a hug. It was such an interesting, weird way to like teach you how to do stealth kills. I was like, okay, whatever. It's super mediocre, but I don't remember the platinum being that bad. It's not painful. It's not great. It's fine. It's fine. All right, Horizon Zero Dawn. This shit is super mediocre. Like, I remember playing it. I remember a little bit about it, but I honestly don't remember if I had fun or not. I got the platinum for it, so it must have been doing something right. But I barely remember anything about it. I do remember the plot twist being like the most predictable thing I've ever seen in a story since Joel's daughter being killed in the first 5 minutes of Last of Us. I think I was supposed to care more than I did because the game sure wanted me to. The battle system was interesting, I guess. I guess it was fun. I don't know. The game is gorgeous and the concept is interesting, but it's just mediocre. It's just kind of like, okay, like, all right, whatever. It's not a pain. It's not like a bad game, but it's not that great. I say it's fine. Whatever, it's fine. I'm ranking Horizon better than Metal Gear Solid 3. Oh god, I'm going to hell. All right, Batman Arkham Asylum. So these are the same game. One's a PS3 version, one's a PS4 version. I'm just gonna fucking boom. Both are amazing. Play them. One of my favorite games of all time. It's super lame that hard mode eliminates counter icons. No other Arkham game would do that, and it makes hard mode playthroughs harder than they need to be. Which basically makes so every time I play through this game, I play on normal because I want to be able to counter enemies. Like, removing an entire gameplay mechanic and that makes the game harder is a kind of cheap fucking shot. But yeah, this is Arkham Asylum is my favorite Metroidvania. even more so than Super Metroid and Symphony of the Night. I fucking love this game. One of the only drawbacks is that it's hard to go back to this game after you play Arkham City and Arkham Knight, because the gameplay feels super slow and super sluggish, and you really notice it when you go back and Batman just moves so sluggishly and just like stiffly. It's just like, I don't like it. But aside from that, if you never played an Arkham game before, start with this one. It's amazing. Oh shit, what was that? Were we like, 10 down? No, we're like, I mean, we still got a lot to go, but let's go. All right, Final Fantasy X. At the time, this was the toughest platinum by far, but not really in terms of like sheer difficulty, just because of like frustration. I've played Final Fantasy X probably at least a dozen times over the years. It's like one of my favorite games. It's probably my most played single player game of all time. Maybe Metal Gear Solid 5 comes close with that. But that being said, I can't say this is a good platinum. Getting all the ultimate weapons is like super frustrating and super janky. Catch a Chocobo is one of the most frustrating things you ever play in a game. Half the celestial weapons are just either super grindy or super annoying to get. Not even really like tough. So and you also have to complete the sphere grid, which is almost impossible unless you use like very specific strategies to like maximize the amount of AP you get from the monster arena. And to do that, you need to go around and catch 10 of every monster in the entire game, which I don't mind doing it, but it's tedious. Like I know it's tedious, and for that reason I can't rank it any higher than the Plat is Pain. But I love the game. Like I like Titus. Not Titus. I like Titus. Fucking sue me. Yuna is a treasure. Protect her at all cost. I actually felt some emotional connection to the characters. But it might actually be the worst platinum so far. It's just super tedious, and if you're not a fan like I am, if you're not a super fan like I am, you will get so frustrated, and I doubt you'll see the end of it. Even huge fans of this game don't get the platinum, because what it asks you to do is just ridiculous. You gotta love the series and the game to just go for it, because you will definitely lose your steam, so I've got to put it on Plat as Pain. I love it, but I can't in good conscience rate it any higher than that. The game is not a pain. The game's not a pain at all. The game is fine, but it's just going for the platinum. All right, moving right along. This is Kingdom Hearts 2 PS4 version. It's the same game, same trophy list. The only difference is it's 60 FPS, so I'm putting it up here again. It makes no sense to put it in different places because it would be inconsistent. Okay, Final Fantasy 12 Zodiac Age. This platinum took a long fucking time. I think it took like a year. Not a year playing it every day, but just like a year from when I started it. This is probably the most content-rich Final Fantasy when it came out. What I mean by that, it probably had the most content of any Final Fantasy when it was released, with the possible exception of Final Fantasy 11. But Final Fantasy 11 is like an online game that you like subscribe to, so like the motherfucker better have some more content. Nearly this platinum. The game is fine. The game is kind of fun, but the platinum is extremely tedious. So for the platinum, you need to fill out the bestiary, which means you need to kill every single enemy in the game at least once. Which is like, okay, fine, but there's like 80 fucking enemies that are rare spawns, and like rare spawn, 80 of them. Yeah, it's gonna take you a long time. Almost half of my playthrough was either going after hunts, which I think there's about 50 of them, or hunting rare enemies, basically with two monitors, like the one I was using to play on, and YouTube and GameFAQs telling me how to spawn these fucking things. That probably doesn't sound very fun to you, and it isn't. It's kind of fun to me, but at some point I was like, I just want this to be over. The game is absolutely massive for a PS2 game. Like, it honestly doesn't feel out of place on the PS4. Like, it's a fucking massive game. But the story and characters are meh. The combat's great. The world is awe-inspiring. But the story is not that great. I wouldn't call it a pain. I probably should make another thing and just be like, the game is not that great and the platinum is really bad, but whatever. As it is, I'm gonna have to put it in game is fun with the platinum is pain, just because of the sheer amount of tedium that exists while you're going after all these like rare spawns. At the very least, you're seeing a variety of the game, and you're not just in one place fighting the same enemy over and over and over and over again. All right, moving right along. Batman Arkham City. This at the time was the toughest platinum I ever got. It's bigger and better than Arkham Asylum. It's everything a sequel should be. But because they made it so big, I think they kind of lost that like small, compact level design. The platinum requires New Game Plus, which Arkham Asylum didn't require. So you basically play through the game twice, but on New Game Plus, the difficulty is higher. So it's really just a harder version of what you just played. So it's okay because it forces you to kind of get better at the combat. Like it really tests you on what you've learned on the first time through by ratcheting up the difficulty on the second time through. The combat challenges and the predator challenges are way tougher in Arkham City than they were in Arkham Asylum. And they have so in the challenges you could just restart them really until you got a run you were happy with. But they introduced this thing called campaign challenges. So what that is basically 3 challenges in a row. And I think you have 3 restarts. So what that means is that you can't just restart forever to like get get a run you're happy with. You have to go through them one after the other, which is like it's a real test of your abilities. And honestly, some of these challenges are pretty tough. Like I remember being super frustrated and like nearly wanting to throw my controller because of how much these challenges were fucking me up. In Arkham City. It's an excellent platinum, but very challenging. But because of that, I'm going to hit him with the... Both are amazing. Play it. Yeah, because the source of my frustration is just my lack of skill. And that's not the game's fault, that's my fault. Let me get some water real quick. Alright, what's next? BioShock Infinite. Unironically, this is my favorite BioShock. So I love trophies that require you to kill enemies in a certain way. You know what? Maybe I need some music. I think I need some music.
It's just gonna be magical.
Oh my god, what's...
My heart is gold, but my
Trophy.
is platinum.
Mini Wheat. Did that sound as bad for you as it did for me? What did that sound like for you, Mini Wheat? To me, it sounded just terrible. I guess it sounded pretty bad. Hey, welcome in, Mini Wheat. And thank you for the sub, man. 16 months. Sword trophy. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Hang on a second. Let's get some music going. Oh, wait. F11. I'm using my computer to stream, and maybe that's like just too much for it. Do some lo-fi. Tomb Raider. Gotta be some kind of lo-fi Tomb Raider out there. Give me like 4 or 5 hours. Damn, Laura never. Tomb Raider music, 8 hours. Let's do it. Lo-fi rainy days and video games, Tomb Raider, 2 minutes. Okay. Okay, this sounds good. Hang on a second. Do I have desktop audio? I don't have desktop audio added. You guys can't hear, so I need to add... How do I add desktop audio? Hang on a second. I'm going to add browser source. I'm going to add Tomb Raider music. Tomb Raider music. Do this. Wait a second. Fuck you. I guess I could just add desktop audio. How's your morning going, Mini Wheat? I think it's morning for you, right? We're deciding between toast or bagel. Bagel, my man. Never go wrong with bagel. Yeah, bagel. Where's desktop audio? Oh, here it is. Output audio output capture. Okay, do I want to use desktop audio? Using desktop audio. Hang on a second. How's that? Yeah, it's fine. I am ranking every single one of my platinum trophies because I oh, desktop audio. Because yours truly just got his 100th platinum trophy. So Sumo said I should do something special. He said at the very least rank them or like put them in a tier list. And I was like, you know what? I will. Maybe I'll do something else, but this was actually kind of fun. I actually made notes for almost all of them, and I went through, and it was like, you know, memories flooding back of like what I had done. So, where were we? BioShock Infinite. That'd be Hollow Knight and Alice Madness Returns. I last came in and started Outer Worlds. Have you played any of those? I haven't played any of those. So I believe I have a copy of Alice Madness Returns. I probably got it for like $10 or $15 off Facebook Marketplace. It may be sitting on my shelf right now. I've always wanted to play it. The idea of like a twisted horror like Alice in Wonderland has always been fascinating to me. I've got so many games on the backlog, my guy. I actually feel like giving Metal Gear Solid 2 a playthrough, even though getting Big Boss in Metal Gear Solid 2 is one of the hardest things I think I'll probably ever do in terms of gaming. What was I going to say? Oh, so BioShock Infinite. So I love trophies in first-person and third-person shooters that require you to kill a certain number of enemies with specific weapons or abilities because they kind of encourage variety of gameplay. It like forces you to like use this stuff, and it forces you to like decide if you like it or if you don't. So BioShock Infinite is one of the more interesting games I think ever made. I've played a lot of games, and I've played very few games that approach a first-person shooter the way BioShock Infinite does. And it's not perfect, but I love a game that's unique, and BioShock Infinite is definitely unique. The hardest trophy is probably the hardest difficulty without buying ammo or health items. But that's okay because it forces mastery of the combat and the gameplay. It really makes you make each bullet count, and you have to like think about what you're doing before you do it. And it's not super punishing. Yeah, sure. One thing. Let me just get this thought out for BioShock Infinite, and I'll place it, and we'll talk about it. So me, whenever I play BioShock Infinite, I always use melee builds toward the end because there's this wonderful vigor called Charge, where you literally just like launch yourself into an enemy, and there's a lot of skills you can use that actually heal you as you do melee attacks. And there's a great skill that allows you to set enemies on fire with melee attacks, and enemies that are on fire heal you. So once you get that charge vigor and those like handful of skills, you basically become unstoppable, and you're just like launching yourself throughout the game. So I think I am going to put BioShock Infinite in. Both are amazing. Well, you know what? The only really annoying thing about BioShock Infinite is getting all the audio logs, but audio logs are saved between playthroughs. So if you missed one, you just got to reload an old save and get it. That's all you got to do. So I'm going to put it as both as amazing. Play it. All right, Mini Wheat. I guess we're about an hour in. Hang on a second. Shout out to my boys that I'm streaming. They like to come in and watch. I'm being very rude right now. I apologize. Anyway. Okay. So here's the way I broke it down. So I broke it down into 6 different categories. So we've got both are amazing, play it. And what I mean by both is the game and the platinum. Sometimes a game can be really fun, but what the platinum trophy asks you to do is tedious, annoying, just not very fun. And it can kind of take away from the game. Actually, I'm going to move that down to here just because it is kind of tedious what this game asks you to do for a platinum. Both are great. It means they're great, but they're not quite amazing either in the game itself or the platinum trophy. Both are fine. I don't really feel strongly one way or the other about them. And the game is fun. The plat is pain. There's some trophy that makes you do something that is just enormously tedious or frustrating. And it's usually only one trophy that makes it happen. And it's a trophy that doesn't really need to be in the game. Like they could have very easily just skipped all that. The game and plat are both pain. I can only think of a handful of games that I would put in this category. And then the bottom one is multiplayer trophies. And if you go after platinum trophies, you know what I'm talking about. You know why I put multiplayer trophies at the very bottom. Because as good as the game can be, and as good as the trophy list can be, if there's multiplayer trophies, man, fuck you. Just fuck you. It's an immediate bottom tier for me. I'm sorry. Which is funny because the game I'm playing right now has multiplayer trophies. Tomb Raider 2013, the definitive edition. I think that was a problem of the era. There was a time where like basically every game had to have a multiplayer section because Call of Duty was making like all the money in the world. People thought that was the future of gaming, was like multiplayer maps. And then they thought the future of gaming was mobile gaming, which it kind of is. You're trying to make a lot of money. But in terms of actual enjoyable content, fuck no, mobile gaming isn't the way to go. So that's basically how it shakes out. Maybe I didn't display these things in the best way I could. So Ratchet & Clank 3, Ratchet & Clank. This is Fallout 3. Fallout 3. It's and this is Skyrim. And this is Shadow of Mordor. Everything else I think is pretty straightforward. Yeah. I love me some Final Fantasy, but so far the highest ranked Final Fantasy is Final Fantasy 13 2. I didn't see that coming. I really like Final Fantasy 10, but the stuff it asks you to do, I cannot rank it any higher than this. It is sometimes enormously tedious. Does that kind of explain things, Mini-Wheat? What's next? Next was Birth by Sleep. Oh, God. You know what? Something that happened with open world, buzzwords, and trends affect games hard. Same with big names like Far Cry, Towers influenced every game. Yeah. You notice that stuff. If you play a lot of video games, you start to notice these trends, especially if you play stuff as it comes out. You know what's next, Mini Wheat? Birth by Sleep is up next. Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep. What are you thinking for Birth by Sleep? Tell you what I'm thinking. For Birth by Sleep. Pain. It's pain. Like, the mini games in Birth by Sleep are awful. They are atrocious. And you have to play them to progress through the game. You don't have to be very good at them, you know? But like, if you're doing anything but the bare minimum to like get through the game, you're gonna run into some like tedium. Like the way like command mixing works, like if you don't know what you're doing, you could very easily get like horrible commands and have to grind out money on enemies to like get decent commands. This is a game that damn near requires you. Yep, I was gonna say pain. There's so much little stuff. Yeah, 100%. 100%. I see Platinum MGS1. I did Platinum MGS1, Shark. I Platinum MGS1 with Big Boss rank. I got Big Boss rank. I did use the special items. I used Stealth and the bandana, but I mean, whatever. Sue me. And now I'm ranking my first 100 platinums. Yay. All right. I'm not going to talk about Birth by Sleep very much. It was an okay experience, I guess, but Jesus Christ, I would never do it again. The command board, ice cream beat, fruit ball, like everything about Disney Town is just like enormously tedious. Like I thought Yakuza had the worst mini games in gaming, but no, it's Birth by Sleep. Oh, fuck me. All right, moving right along. Ratchet and Clank 2013. It's fine. It's fine. There's nothing special about it. You know what? No. It's a pain. And I'll tell you why. Because of one trophy. There is one trophy. It's been a long time since I've joined your live. Since live MGS1. Well, I recently got through MGS1. I didn't stream for a while. I was busy. I had to like go to another town to like take care of some stuff. So you haven't really missed that many streams, Shark. But what was I gonna say? This is Ratchet and Clank 2016. In other words, the Ratchet and Clank that came out in conjunction with the movie. It was an okay game, but it was a very poor Ratchet and Clank. It was like a poor imitation of what Ratchet and Clank used to be. It's kind of like a soulless husk of what Ratchet and Clank used to be, but it was still okay, I guess. But there's one trophy that puts it into Plat is Pain territory, and that's Death by Disco. You have to use the Groovatron on every single enemy in the game, including bosses. All of them. You have to do it in one playthrough. And God help you if you forget one, or God help you if you use it and die, and like the game doesn't save it between deaths, and you go through the whole game, get to the very end, and it doesn't pop. Like, God help you. The game doesn't track which ones you've used it on. I think that one trophy has frustrated, it didn't frustrate me too much, but it frustrated the hell out of a lot of people in like r/trophies and r/Ratchet and Clank, and people despise this platinum for that one trophy, Death by Disco. It's not a painful game, it's a fine game, but that one trophy just, oof. So I can't rank it any higher than Plat is Pain. Now, if you took that one trophy out, here, but because that trophy's in, All right, now we're playing a real Ratchet and Clank game. Ratchet and Clank Future Into the Nexus. Hang on a second. I forgot to check my notes. Oh wait, let me refer to my notes for Ratchet and Clank 2016. It's the worst Ratchet and Clank I've played. That's what my notes say. Uninspired weapons and poor writing. The comedy undermines the themes, no longer about the dangers of unfettered capitalism. Ratchet is not a fucking loser that only... That should be, Ratchet is a fucking loser that only cares about being a space ranger and nothing else. Quark is a karma Houdini who never has to answer for his betrayals, unlike the original game. And the last thing I wrote is just 30 FPS with an exclamation point after it. Yeah, here's my notes for Ratchet and Clank 2016. It's not painful though. Like, it's competent. It's okay, but it's definitely the worst of the Ratchet and Clanks. It's kind of depressing that this is like the only Ratchet and Clank game we had for like 10 years. But moving on to a better Ratchet and Clank. This is Ratchet and Clank Into the Nexus. So Ratchet and Clank Into the Nexus, it's super short and it's kind of undeveloped. It's the last of the future games. And this motherfucker required like 4 playthroughs for some reason. I don't even remember why. I think it was because it took that long to max out all the weapons. I wouldn't say it's the worst Ratchet and Clank game, because that goes to Ratchet and Clank 2016. But the platinum is a pain. The platinum is a real pain, because you have to play through the game so many times. There's very little content for this game, but they stretch it so thin to get as much like playtime out of it as possible. Honestly, the game is so short, but you have to play through it like 5 times. I'm kind of amazed there's a platinum at all for this game. I can't rank it any higher than Plat is Pain. You know what? No. This belongs down here. This belongs up here. Like, I don't want to put these on the same tier. They're not. This one is better just because it's a real Ratchet and Clank game. This is just a I don't know. It's not good. Like, I don't know if you guys watch YouTube, but if you ever watch Gaming Brit did like a 3-hour video on like how much he hates this game. I'm not that crazy about it, but like this is definitely a lesser Ratchet and Clank game, and I have to separate it in some way. Now, let's talk about a good Ratchet and Clank game. One of the best, I think. Ratchet and Clank Deadlocked, or Ratchet Gladiator. It is one of the best Ratchet and Clank games. I would say it's the second or third best Ratchet and Clank game ever made. Oh yeah. It's got amazing combat, it's great writing, and an interesting villain. It can get a bit tedious. It's basically a company using a course for money, unfortunately. Yeah, but like the thing is, like, Ratchet and Clank was about the dangers of like unfettered capitalism. It was about the dangers of treating capitalism and the pursuit of wealth and money as like a good in and of itself. Like Drek in the first game is getting to the point where he's like plundering planets and selling them to the highest bidder. Like he's literally taking people's lives away from them and their home worlds away from them just for the sake of monetary and financial gain. And he's celebrated for this because the galaxy that Ratchet and Clank live in Ratchet and Clank 1 is just so far gone. And Ratchet and Clank themselves are kind of an anomaly, and that they're willing. Yeah, you were supposed to destroy capitalism. And like Ratchet and Clank 2016 is like, it's like it misses the point, you know, because like now they're just these soulless husks that are shilling for companies, whereas original Ratchet and Clank was kind of punk rock. And this is a perfect segue into Ratchet Deadlocked. So Ratchet Deadlocked was the last of the Ratchet and Clank games to incorporate capitalism run amok as a theme. So Ratchet Deadlocked, the galaxy that Ratchet lives in has taken the concept of a hero and heroics and commodified it. They turn it into like a product to be sold. I think it was Ace Hardlight. There's like Ace Hardlight, a Reactor, like all these other heroes have basically sold their souls to the corporate overlords, whereas Ratchet's been like captured and he's been forced to take place in these games. Through it all, Ratchet kind of keeps his heroic, he keeps his integrity. You know, he doesn't kill needlessly. He only kills when he has to. And whenever he's given the chance to spare the enemy, he does, which kind of flies in the face of what the Dread Zone games are all about. You know, like, yes, it's probably one of the least visually interesting Ratchet and Clank games because everything's kind of like sequestered to these like battle arenas. And yeah, there was a big push for multiplayer, but like with what little they had, they accomplished a lot where they contrast Ratchet's character to like the other heroes. Like Ratchet in Ratchet and Clank 1 was just this extremely selfish, not very mature individual who couldn't see beyond his own gain. But when he saw what Drek was doing to the galaxy, and when he saw what like capitalism was doing to everything around him, he kind of became the hero the galaxy needed and that Clank needed. In Ratchet and Clank 2, he's already a hero, but the galaxy doesn't need a hero anymore. So he goes to another galaxy and he uses his experience from the Solana galaxy to help out the new galaxy in Ratchet and Clank 2 overcome like corporate greed run amok. And it's so good because like in the first game, the world changes Ratchet. In the second game, Ratchet changes the world. It's kind of like a theme in storytelling. Either the world changes the protagonist changes the world. Ratchet and Clank 3 didn't really do much, but in Ratchet and Clank 4, now Ratchet changes other heroes. Like that's where he's reached. He's become such a great hero and this like icon of heroism that he can actually change other heroes. So after Ratchet Deadlocked, there's not really, I think, any more to explore with this theme of like capitalism and like selling your soul to the money. I remember on PS2, I didn't even know it came out on a console with trophies. It came out on PS4, I think. I didn't know it came out with trophies either for Deadlocked until I looked it up. I want to say it came out for the PS4. But yeah, Deadlocked has got, you know what? I'm going to put on both are great. I don't know. What do you think, Mini Wait? Do you think both are amazing or both are great? Ratchet and Clank 2 is going to be amazing. Like, that's going to go up there. But I don't know if Ratchet and Clank Deadlock is... You know what? Fuck it. Boom. Ratchet Deadlocked, amazing. Fucking play it. It's a wonderful game. Next up, we have Death Stranding. The first thing I wrote for Death Stranding was, holy shit. Next thing I wrote was, I love a unique game, even if it's not very good. What was your reason for Ratchet & Clank 1 being great and not amazing? That was mostly because of the platinum. So Ratchet & Clank 1, it's a great game, but I think it's one of the more slower paced Ratchet & Clank games. Like the Ratchet & Clank games would focus more and more on combat, I think, as the series went on. Ratchet & Clank 1 is very slow. It's like hard to go back to. And Ratchet & Clank 1 also has a trophy, so you have to buy all the weapons. It means you have to buy the Rhino. Yes. I don't know if it's 1,000,000 bolts. It's a lot of bolts, but like, yeah. If you play it without using glitches or without using like the special exploit to like get infinite bolts, you're playing through the game like 4 times just to get enough bolts to afford the Rhino. And that's what holds it back, I think. That honestly, that almost brings it down to fine, but it's a great game. It started a wonderful franchise. That's why I put it on great. Oh, where was I? Oh yeah, Death Stranding. So I enjoy Death Stranding mostly due to its weirdness. I love a game that does something different. I'm a big sucker for like art house movies. It's like, show me something new. Show me something different. Maybe it's not very good. Maybe it's a failure, but you went out and you did something new. I appreciate it. But Death Stranding is a terrible platinum. It is an awful platinum. It is dozens of hours of just delivering fucking packages in between all the settlements. You just need to build a zipline network and then just mindlessly deliver for hours on end. You don't even really need to engage with the gameplay after a certain point once you develop the zipline network. It's one of those games you just sit down and you put on a movie to make sure you don't fall asleep. For that reason, I can't rank it any higher than Platis Pain. Platis Pain has the most... Oh, man. It's a fun game. Like, I really like it, but like... Ugh. Alright. Kingdom Hearts 1. This is the PS4 version. This is my top 10 favorite games of all time. I adore Kingdom Hearts 1. I think it is a wonderful game, and if you haven't played it, I highly recommend playing it. Maybe it hasn't aged well. I played it back in like 2002 when it was new, and it was revolutionary. It was amazing. Like this was when action RPGs were starting to become a thing. Like nowadays, it might seem quaint and it might seem cute and it might not seem that very good, but god damn it, I still love it. It's a fucking amazing game. Now I have the PS4 version here, and this is the PS3 version. The PS4 and the PS3 version are very different, and they're probably going to be on separate tiers. So the PS4 version, it's a better version, and here's why. So there are trophies for beating all the difficulties. Beating on beginner, beating on normal, and beating on proud. On the PS4, those difficulty trophies stack. So if you beat on the hardest difficulty, you get credit for beating on the easiest and the normal difficulty. The PS3, they do not stack. So you have to beat the game at least 3 times to get all those trophies. So already the PS3 is kind of like at a loss for words. There's one other thing that makes the PS4 and the PS3 versions kind of annoying. So in the original game, the way you got the ultimate weapon was through synthesizing. You still get the ultimate weapon through synthesizing in the HD collection or like the final mix collection. But it's infinitely more tedious, and it is so much harder to get mithril shards and mithril items in the remix than it was in the original. For this reason, if you fuck around and make too many accessories, you're going to find yourself like severely lacking materials to make the higher tier synthesis items. I made that mistake, and it was so bad, I replayed the whole fucking game. I just started over and replayed the whole game to make it easier on myself. They're technically not missable, but it's gonna be a hard time for you. It's gonna be super fucking grindy. So the Kingdom Hearts Platinum trophies are not straightforward. If you make a mistake or if you synthesize too many of a certain item, they are not coming back. and you were going to have to go to hell and back to get these items again. It literally will add a dozen or more hours of playtime to your playthrough to get all the trophies. There's also trophies to beat the game in less than 15 hours and to beat the game without changing your initial equipment, both of which should be done on beginner difficulty. So already you're looking at multiple playthroughs of this game. I love the game. I don't mind playing through it multiple times, but you can't sit there and tell me that if you're new to the series that you're just fine with playing through the game multiple times. For that reason, I am going to put the PS4 version as great. And I'm going to put the PS3 version as pain. Oh. I'm going to put the PS3 version as pain. You know what? I don't want to put both as fine because it's a great fucking game. And I wish I could put it on amazing, but I can't do it in good conscience. And I'm going to put this as pain because you have to play through the game 3 times. That's 3 full playthroughs. So you have to play it on the hardest difficulty, you have to play it on normal difficulty, and you have to play it on the easiest difficulty. But wait, there's more. The PS4 version nerfed a trophy that had to do with the gummy ship. So in the original version, you had to complete every single route with the highest score for the gummy ship missions. And it was just so tedious. It was like hours. Like, it was so tedious, it literally kept me from getting the platinum trophy for years. Like, that's how bad it was. The PS4 version, they realized that they shouldn't have done that, and they nerfed that trophy. They made it so you only had to place first place in just a handful of routes, not all the routes. So, thank God, right? Like, they knew they made a mistake. They didn't change the Kingdom Hearts 2 trophy list from PS3 to PS4. They didn't change that. They did change this one because they knew they fucked up. That's why basically the same game is like 2 tiers apart from itself. How far are we in? I think we're like 20 trophies in. Control is trophy 50. I think we're like 25. Oh boy, here we go. Look at all this. Oh man, we got a long way to go. Shit, I'm game if you guys are. Let's fucking do this. All right. One Piece Pirate Warriors 3. I played this over a 4-day weekend and absolutely fell in love with it. It is a wonderful game, and it's so much fun to just kind of like turn your brain off and just play through the One Piece story. It's the best Pirate Warriors game. No, fuck that. It's the best One Piece game. Oh yeah. Fuck One Piece Odyssey. Fuck. What game just came out? Yeah, it was One Piece Odyssey. Yeah. One Piece Pirate Warriors 3 is the best One Piece game. I think it comes the closest to capturing the feel of the One Piece property, because yeah, Luffy is regularly like knocking his way through like hundreds of enemies just to get to whatever objective he has to get to. That being said, it might be one of the worst platinums so far because of how tedious the grind for gallery completion is. So, gallery completion is based on leveling up relationships with individual crew members. The way you level up these relationships is you play with them on your team. Here's the thing. You can't pick what dudes are on your team. You basically have to go into a stage and roll the dice, hoping you get the person on your team that you need to level up with. If you don't get it, well, you got to play through the stage and then do it again and hope you do get the one that you want on your team. So, like, this platinum took me fucking years. And I think at the end of the day, it took like 170 hours. About 150 of that was just me grinding out galleries. So the game is fun, the platinum is a pain. But like, this is probably the most tedious platinum we've gotten so far. I'm going to put it on game is fun, but the platinum is pain. But I am like so tempted to put it on game and platter pain. And it doesn't help that this is like the best One Piece game. So we're not off to a good start just yet. All right. Speaking of tedious, Kingdom Hearts Re-Chain of Memories. All right. Re-Chain of Memories is one of my favorite games. It's probably my second favorite, maybe second or third favorite Kingdom Hearts game. But it's also the second most tedious platinum I ever got. At the time, it was the most tedious platinum I ever got. The grind for Card Master Sora, which is get all the cards of Sora, and getting Riku to level 99 was about 20 hours. So imagine 20 hours of you just going into a room, killing every enemy with Mega Flare, hoping you get the card, probably won't, leave the room, go back in, kill them again, hope you get the card, you don't, you leave, you come back in. Imagine doing that shit for like 5 or 6 hours. Just to get one fucking card. And you're just like, please drop. You have no idea when it's going to drop. You're just like, please drop. Oh, please fucking drop. You're like saving, restarting the game, hoping you get a better set of numbers to work with. It's tedious. And then imagine... So you can beat Riku's story at like level 50, but you need to get to level 99. So you're literally spending... I think I spent 9 hours straight just grinding out levels with Riku just to get to level 99 for no reason. Terrible trophy. Level Master Riku and Card Master Sora are just awful trophies and they shouldn't be in the game. And for that reason, it's a fucking painful platinum. Like, I kind of like the card system. I could see other people not liking the card system. You know what? I'm sorry I gotta do it. I really do like the game, but the game and the platinum are a pain. Like, the card system, it's not the best system in the world. They tried their best with the card system, and it works fine. I think it does. But, like, it's definitely an acquired taste. Man, Kingdom Hearts is all over the place. We got Amazing. We've got Both Are Great. We've got They're a Pain. Like, oh my god. Fucking move right along. Oh, shit. Resident Evil 2. RE2 make. Alright, fuck it. You know where this is going. Boom. Amazing. Play it. It is a... This is what I wrote. It's a brilliant, wonderful game, and the one that made me fall in love with Resident Evil. Yes, I was kind of a fake Resident Evil fanboy up until this game came out in 2018. I got the platinum in only 4 days, thanks to COVID. This is actually one of the quarantine trophies I got. It's great. All the trophies test your skill and knowledge of the game. There's no mindless grinding trophies or any RNG trophies. It is an amazing game, and this is the first game I actually wrote out what tier I was going to place it in when I was doing my notes. And I said S tier, top tier. Wonderful game, amazing. If you haven't played it, fucking play it. It's a great game. I like it so much, I got the platinum for it twice. And I think it's down here somewhere. Where is it? Yeah, there it is. There's the PS5 version right there. All right, moving right along. This is kind of fun. Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain. This is the PS4 version. I love this game, but it's not for everybody. It is one of the most optimized games I've ever played. Absolutely gorgeous, with like tons of content and like so many ways to interact with the environment. I have about 500 to 600 hours with this game across all the different versions of this game I own, and I'm still finding new stuff. The Platinum asks you for 100% mission completion, which means like all the optional tasks complete and S ranks, and all the side missions complete. You'll want to do those to like build up Mother Base and get like really, really good soldiers to like help out with the development of Mother Base. So it's very synergistic. Like the Platinum is asking you to do stuff that you would be doing anyway to build up Mother Base and make Mother Base even stronger. The only trophies that hold it back, is that the side ops are incredibly tedious. There's like 17 different versions of Capture the Tank Unit, which I don't mind it because it's always like a unique perspective, and I always love to have an excuse to go out and get more guys from Mother Base, but I can see it being a bit tedious. But the one thing I can't defend are animal catching, because animal catching is just straight RNG. And you could spend hours and hours and hours trying to get a fucking leopard tortoise and just never get it. It's annoying. I'm not going to say it's amazing just because of those trophies, but I'm going to put it in great. I'm going to put it in great. The game is so good and I love it so much. And in terms of your overall playtime, the animal hunting is a small part. It's a small part. So for that reason, we're going to put it in great. It's probably not good enough for amazing, but like, it'll work with me. I just need to like keep zooming out, I guess. There we go. All right, God of War: Chains of Olympus. It's fine. It's fine, whatever. This is the first platinum trophy I got in less than 24 hours. It's probably the easiest God of War, but the Challenge of Gods is still kind of annoying. It's all right. You try it out. It's not bad. It's not great. Dude, this is like a perfect weekend game. Like you start playing on Friday, you'll probably be finished it by Sunday. I'll be right back. I need to go to the bathroom. Enjoy the tier list. Oh, that's right. I didn't put it on. Be right back. All right. Well, let's close the door to the bathroom. All right. Oh, baby, you know what's next, don't you? Oh, you know what's next. Final Fantasy VII. It's one of my favorite games of all time. I know, a controversial opinion. Yeah, I think Final Fantasy VII is good. I think it is a bit overrated, but not by much. Not by much. I think a lot of people that think really highly of Final Fantasy VII have barely played it. I'm just going to fucking say it. I feel like Final Fantasy VII has a lot of fake fans out there. A lot of people just kind of jump on the bandwagon because they're supposed to like it. Kind of like Ocarina of Time. This is an extremely good game, and the Platinum is very accommodating. The Platinum has a few missables, like the Barrett date, but overall, nothing too terrible. It is kind of annoying because in order to get the Platinum Trophy in one playthrough, you basically can't have Aerith in your party. I'm sorry, Eris. You can't have Eris in your party because that would bring her affection levels too high and you wouldn't get the Barrett date. So that is kind of annoying, and that's probably going to knock it out of amazing, but it's one of the best. Play it. I'm saying right now, the remake does not compare to the OG. The OG is still the king. It's literally just the Barrett date that's holding it back. If the Barrett date wasn't in the game, this motherfucker would be amazing. Because the Barrett date's in the game, you pretty much have to consult a guide, and it does affect the way you play the game. It makes it so you really can't use Eris that often in the game before the Gold Saucer. So I'm going to put it down as great. Am I okay with that? Yeah, I think I'm okay with that. Yeah, moving on. I'm about to change it. Lego Lord of the Rings. Yeah, that's kind of a weird one. So an ex-girlfriend of mine loved Lego games. She couldn't get enough of them. And she said, "Well, let's try them out." So I did. I played about 5 minutes of Lego Lord of the Rings, and I'm like, this is boring. Like, years later, I tried it out again during quarantine, and I actually had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun playing through the Lord of the Rings movies, and just the Lego IP is adorable, and the humor is pretty funny. It's good for like a lazy couple of days. I highly recommend it. I wish I had a copy. I sold my copy. I wish I still had it because it's super rare now. Lego games work on licensing, so like after a certain amount of time, they just can't sell them anymore. That's why a lot of Lego games are not on digital, because eventually their license runs out and they can't sell them anymore. You know what? I'm gonna put it in both are fine. I'm gonna put in both are fine. Oh man, this is gonna get really. There we go. How is that? Can you see that one pretty well? Oh, maybe that doesn't. Let's zoom that in a bit. There we go. We're probably gonna have to keep zooming out over time, but whatever. All right, next up. Oh shit! Here we go. Shadow of the Colossus remake. I don't know. This is when my bias is gonna come out. This is when my bias is gonna start to come out. Okay. Alrighty, I gotta head to sleep. Have a good night. God, I could catch you live. Hey, thanks, Miniwheat. Take it easy, man. Get some sleep. You worked hard. I like that Zagbu Sleepy, and I need to up my emote game. I think Zagbu got some amazing emotes. Now let's shout her out because I mentioned her. This is some chill ass music too.
Bridge.
Does Joker see Bruce as a father figure? No,
Guys
we're
punched.
lovers.
Took a reaction.
Liv. We are two men deeply in love. Tenderly holding each I think we're BFFs, like we're best friends. No, her twits! Her twits, Joker, no! John, her twits! Don't be betwixt by her twits! No! No, John!
What's up, Chalker? I don't know about Shadow of the Colossus being S tier. I don't know, because I don't know, man. I don't know. The game itself is fucking amazing, but this isn't about the game. This is about the game and going for the platinum. And both versions of Shadow of the Colossus make you max out health and stamina, and the best way to do that is just play through the game multiple times. Shadow of the Colossus Remake is a bit better because you can start a new game plus from any file. So you can just do the first two bosses over and over and over again. But that's kind of tedious, isn't it? Like that's bit tedious, and you have to do it to get the platinum. The PS3 version is definitely more tedious than the PS4 version. The PS4 version is as gracious as it can be with the times for normal and hard time attack. I don't know, man. Amazing, or no, I'm gonna say amazing because so the PS4 version is amazing. The PS3 version I'm probably gonna rank a lot lower just because of how tedious it is. And the PS3 version, you have to get every single fruit in the game. You have to basically get every single lizard in the game, and you have to get every single of the cursed fruit in the secret garden area, which is just enormously tedious. And you also have to play through the whole game in order to like do a new game plus. So you have to, I think I played through the game like 6 times to like max out health and stamina. The PS3 version is infinitely more tedious, to the point where I might even say the platinum is a pain. You know what? I can't in good conscience rank it that high. We're gonna put it on both are great. I'm gonna move that up there though. Nah. The Barrett trophy kind of knocks it out. How you doing, Chalker? It's nice to see you. I don't know how long you've been watching. I'm gonna give you a shout out, my guy. And it better not be that Assassin's Creed clip. I better see some new clips. Assassin's Creed. Hey, we're both wearing black shirts. The Room VR at Dark Matter. What is that about? I had some super salty popcorn last night at the movies. I've been paying for it all day. Is this Revelations or Brotherhood, whatever it's called? One of the Ezio games. Man, you're not gonna like what an escape room game. Oh, nice.
It's back.
Or you're not gonna like what I have to say about Assassin's Creed 2. Just buckle up. Chalker, what do you think of my tier list so far? It's kind of wild that I rank Metal Gear Solid 3 below Lego Lord of the Rings, but fucking here we are, I guess. I can probably zoom in a bit. There we go. Having 100 things in a tier list might not have been the best idea, but whatever. It's too late now. Almost all the Final Fantasy are in plat as a pain. The only one the highest one reached so far is Final Fantasy VII, and both is great. And I almost made that as amazing. Maybe I'm gonna say both are good. We got fine, good, and amazing. What's next? Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. That's a fun fucking game. What did I say in my notes? It's basically 3D Legacy of Goku. Yep. I agree, past Cashmere. Good for the nostalgia and decent gameplay, but it's short and limited in content. Yep, I agree, past Cashmere. Definitely fun for a weekend. I agree. This is probably this is a perfect game for a long weekend, because once the weekend is over, you'll probably never think about it again. I'm torn between fine and good. It's not a pain. There's no particularly grindy trophies you have to get. Like, by the time you beat the game, you're probably like 90% of the way there. I'm gonna say it's fine. Say it's fine. I wouldn't say it's great. I can't put... I'm not gonna put Kakarot next to fucking Kingdom Hearts, Metal Gear Solid 5, and Final Fantasy 7. But it's also not a pain, so I'm gonna put it in fine. Solid 6 out of 10. Not bad. I wouldn't mind playing through it again, because it's a very, very flashy, and I mean, Dragon Ball isn't the most amazing series in the world, but it's not bad, you know. And so many series draw inspiration from it. Next up is Borderlands 1. I don't know about Borderlands 1. I'm not the biggest fan of it, and some parts are super tedious. I was honestly happy to be done with it, and it wasn't that it was like super tedious. It was just that it's a very barren game, which, I mean, it kind of matches the setting, I guess. But I've played through it 3 times now, and I barely remember it. My notes, I said, just go in a junkyard and shoot some guy, repeat 8 times until the guy's an alien, and that's the end of the game. You know what? But the platinum's not particularly painful, it's just boring. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think I'm gonna put it in game and plat or pain. I think that's where it belongs. Alright, now we got Borderlands 2 twice in a row. These are the PS3 and the PS4 versions. They are both the same game. The same trophy list, the same everything. There's really no difference from them, and I'm gonna put them both good. I think Borderlands 2 is a better game than Borderlands 1. I guess it's a controversial statement to make, because Sumo likes Borderlands 1 way more than Borderlands 2. But I really liked it. I've played it a lot. I've had a good time with it. It's definitely fun to just start up a new character and just run through and just start fucking people up. It's always fun. I am much more likely to start up a game of Borderlands 2 and just have fun with it than a game of Borderlands 1 and Borderlands 3. I think it's the high point of the Borderlands series, and I also think it's the high point of the looter shooter genre. When I got the platinum twice, it's super fun and addicting gameplay, and it's always fun to see like what's inside the next treasure chest and if you can use it or not. That being said, I don't really have much else to say about it. I say go play it. Here's the big one, guys. Ratchet and Clank 2. Here's what I think about Ratchet and Clank 2. Boom! I rank Ratchet and Clank 2 above Final Fantasy 7. Oh yeah. Alright, so I don't know why it took me so long to beat Ratchet and Clank 2. Because I beat these like years before I beat this one. I don't know why I left this one for last. This is my favorite Ratchet and Clank game. It's almost identical in its trophy list and difficulty to 1 and 3, but there's just something so special about Ratchet and Clank 2. I love the story, I love the world. It's almost like the Empire Strikes Back of the Ratchet and Clank series. It's a bit darker, it's a bit smarter, and I really wish Angela Cross would make a comeback. I really wish they didn't go down the direction of like, oh, there are no other Lombaxes. It's like, motherfucker, you had a Lombax in the second game. Don't you remember? It's also, I think, the best mix between platforming and combat. Like, some of the best guns in the series are in Ratchet & Clank 2, just the second game. It was also the first game that lets you level up weapons and buy improved versions of weapons once you maxed out their like level up system. So you were always incentivized to keep switching up weapons to like level them up and like see how they played. I love that. Last thing I wrote for Ratchet & Clank 2 is, I miss you, Ratchet. I miss you. All right. God of War 1. This is the God of War that came out in 2005. So, this game was so much harder when I was younger. Like, when I played through it again, it was not that difficult. It was actually a lot of fun. I got, like, sucked into it. So here's why I'm torn. So, you don't have to play God of War 1 on the harder difficulties to get the Platinum Trophy. There is a speed run, but the speed run is just 5 hours or less. It's very manageable on repeat playthroughs with like special costumes. You don't have to do it from a new game with like the original costume. You can use the special costumes, and the special costumes give you like special abilities. Like one of the costumes gives you infinite magic. Yeah, infinite magic. That's probably gonna make your experience a bit easier, right? The Challenge of the Gods, I didn't think it was that hard, but apparently I'm in the minority. Because if you go into a lot of forum posts and you go into a lot of like YouTube videos that talk about Challenge of the Gods, they treat it like it's this like impossible, insurmountable thing. And I beat the whole thing in like 30 minutes without looking at a guide. Fucking Uber gamer right here. No, it's okay. I suck at plenty of games, but I didn't suck at this one. This is, oh yeah, fun fact. I took a picture of my screen when the God of War 1 Platinum popped on my PS3. And I shared it to Reddit on r/trophies. That was the first time I ever shared a Platinum trophy to social media. That was the first time, was this game, God of War 1. I don't know where to put it, guys. It's not amazing because it doesn't require you to play on the harder difficulties. It's a good game, but it also, I mean, it's not frustrating because you can play. I don't think you can play on easy. I think you have to play on normal at least. You know what? I'm gonna say it's good. I'm gonna say it's good. I'm fine with that. Bro, we're almost halfway. No, we're almost halfway. It's been 2 hours. Well, okay, we're 40% of the way there. And it's been about 2 hours. So let's say like 5 or 6 hours. All right. BioShock Infinite. This is the PS3 version. Where's the PS4 version? Oh, should I put the PS4 version all the way up there? Yeah, fuck it. We'll do it again. So what? I like BioShock Infinite. I think it's a great trophy list. I think it's a great game. So yeah, I'm going to put the PS3 version and the PS4 version on amazing, on S tier, on the top tier. Yo, what's next? Eco. Okay. I fucking love Eco. It's one of my favorite games of all time. So I played this game for the first time, not realizing what I was getting into. I played this game on a Friday. Maybe it was like a Thursday before a long weekend. I don't remember. But you know, I was a big fucking nerd sometimes, and I would just like get a nice large pizza and some energy drinks, and I would just play video games on a Friday night. Oh yeah, I'm a fucking stud. What can I say? And I started playing Eco, and I didn't know what I was getting into. I just kind of played it. I wasn't like thinking much about it. You know, I found Yorda. I freed her. I went through the castle. I had to look up a strategy guide a few times to figure out how to get through the castle. And I kind of got sucked into it. You know, I kept saying like, "Oh, 10 more minutes, and I'll I'll go to bed. 20 more minutes, and I'll go to bed. 5 more minutes, and I'll go to bed." And I ended up beating it the second day. And when I beat it, you know, that ending theme played, and Yorda picks up Eco and puts him in the boat, and you know, floats him away from the castle that's like falling into disrepair. Iko wakes up on the beach. Maybe it's a dream, and he walks up to Yorda, and they meet again, finally. And it ends, and I kind of shed a tear. It's a beautiful story. It's a beautiful game. It's one of my favorites. That being said, there is a trophy. There is a trophy called Castle Guide. You have to beat the game in less than 2 hours. It is a challenge, but it's not bullshit, and it's not grindy, and it's not tedious. It is simply a test of your knowledge and skill at the game. You're bumping up against speedrun territory, like actual speedrun territory with this trophy. So here's the thing. Cutscenes in Ico are not skippable, and cutscenes count towards your overall time. So you basically have to get to the final save point with 1 hour and 20 minutes or less on the clock. If you get there with anything over 1 hour and 25 minutes, you might as well start over. Because the final part of Ico, there's no save points. So the last like 25 minutes you have to do all in one go, and you can't fuck up. That means you cannot die on the final boss, which is the queen. Because if you do and you hit continue, it's going to add that time to your overall time, and you're not going to make it in time. So you got to restart the entire thing. But that's okay. That's all right. Like, yeah, it's kind of strict, and it demands a lot of you, but that's okay. Okay that it demands a lot of you. It's okay that it requires mastery of the game, because there's like not much to this game. This game is even with that speedrun trophy, you're still probably going to beat the game in like a weekend or two if you stick with it. Now, one of the wild things is that because the speedrun is like so strict, you literally can't fight anybody. It takes too much time. Luckily, the way the game works is that if Yorda touches like the magical door that like opens up the way to the next area while there's enemies around, enemies will just instantly die. So if you can just grab Yorda and get her to this magical door, you'll kill all the enemies. You won't even worry about it. So for all those reasons and more, it's not tedious. It's not grindy. If you're good enough at the game, you can do it all in the first playthrough. I am putting Ico as amazing. It's a wonderful game. It tests the player, and it's a wonderful experience that everyone should have. I give it my seal of approval. I love how there's like 3 double platinums in the amazing. Like Arkham Asylum is there twice. Kingdom Hearts 2 is there twice, and fucking Bioshock is there twice. I mean, hey, that's the way the cookie crumbles, you know what I mean? Alright. Moving on to another fucking amazing game that everybody should play. Spec Ops: The Line. I think this is the absolute best story ever told in a modern military shooter. Better than Call of Duty 4, better than Modern Warfare 2, better than Black Ops. It is the best stories told in a modern military shooter, because it is a meta-commentary on violent video games themselves. That's my first bullet. My second bullet that I wrote before this was, this game has balls. This game is not afraid to criticize the player himself for wanting to play a game in which he systematically murders hundreds, if not thousands, of people. I don't want to spoil the story for anyone that wants to play through it themselves, but this game is a fucking gut punch. It's very accusatory of the player and the industry that birthed it. It's rare games like this get made that so stridently criticize the player for enjoying the violence associated with these kind of games. This game can get pretty brutal in terms of like the violence and the gore depicted, and it criticizes the player for enjoying it. I'm tapping on spoiler territory right now, so I'm gonna stop. Let's go into the trophy list. This has a great trophy list. because the trophies are for killing enemies in a certain way with like certain weapons, and also for beating on the hardest difficulty. This, once you get the platinum trophy for this game, you have mastered this game. You have seen everything there is to see. You have used every single weapon in the game. You've probably figured out which ones work for you and which ones work for your playstyle. You've beaten the game on the hardest difficulty, and the hardest difficulty for Spec Ops: The Line is no fucking joke. It's FUBAR difficulty. Like, look, Spec Ops: The Line was the hardest platinum trophy I got up until that point. It might still be the hardest platinum trophy I've ever got. It made me so angry and so frustrated. My hands were shaking. I couldn't play. I literally had to put down the controller and go for a run. I went for a run across the Tacoma Narrows Bridge. You can look it up if you want. I went for a run around the Tacoma Narrows Bridge just to calm down. It was raining. I got soaked, but I had to calm down. It's a great fucking game and a great fucking platinum. I give it amazing. You should play it. But it's not for the faint of heart. It's not. It honestly, the last time I played it for the stream just because I always talk about it and I wanted you guys to have a chance to see what it was all about. I got kind of depressed. I got a little depressed and it was like hard for me to finish it. What does everybody think of the rankings so far? Have I put anything in a controversial place? Is there a way to like make these smaller? I guess I'm gonna have to like zoom out. There we go. All right. What's up next? Shadow of the Tomb Raider. So I played Shadow of the Tomb Raider after Spec Ops: The Line, and it was a welcome change of pace. Shadow of the Tomb Raider is a much slower and more deliberate game than Spec Ops ever is. Spec Ops is just constant combat from like start to finish, and honestly can get a bit, what's the word? Get a bit stressful, honestly, because you never really have a time to like just like sit still and chill and breathe. Whereas Shadow of the Tomb Raider, there's very little combat, so almost the entire game is a breather episode. There's very little combat in Shadow compared to the other more recent Tomb Raiders, which are like Tomb Raider 2013 and Rise of the Tomb Raider. It's mostly just exploration and puzzles, but I was fine with that. That was a welcome change of pace from Spec Ops: The Line. Also, Laura is adorable in Shadow. At the very beginning, you're in like Mexico and you're at like a costume party. And Laura is just so tiny compared to everyone else around her. It's actually kind of cute. It's like someone brought their 14-year-old daughter to a party or something. I don't know. I just thought it was funny. And she's also very like, oh, is this the magical dagger of Ixchel? Like she's like such a fangirl and a fucking nerd when it comes to archaeology stuff. And like, yeah, I guess she was the same way in the original series, but she didn't talk that often in the original series. She didn't talk nearly as much as she does in the Survivor series. It's a super chill game even toward the end. Like, yeah, there's a lot of collectibles, but I have good memories of just chilling out and going through the game, getting the collectibles, and like listening to YouTube videos. I remember listening to Miss Stare Fusion, Dragon Ball Dissection. So this motherfucker, over the course of like 15 goddamn years, made a video series that goes through every single part of the Dragon Ball manga. I'm talking like every fucking chapter he's talking about something. It's just it's kind of impressive. Like over a decade of work to like go through all of Dragon Ball. And I listened to it while I was playing Shadow of the Tomb Raider. And it was just a really chill time. It was really nice. You do have to beat it on the hardest difficulty, which really isn't that hard. But on the hardest difficulty, you don't have checkpoints. You can only save the game at campsites. That doesn't seem so bad. But there's entire sections of the game that have no campsites that were balanced around checkpoints. So you might have to do an entire like 30 or 40 minute tomb if you fuck up. So you really have to memorize what you're doing, which is fine. That's okay. Like it makes you get better at the game. If you fail, it's your fault. You know, you could literally play the whole thing on the hardest difficulty. It would make collectibles kind of a pain on the ass because you'd have to make sure to save after every one of them. Whereas in the other difficulties, it saves after you pick up a collectible, but you could do it. Honestly, I'm leaning towards good, if not amazing. But You know what? Fuck it. Let's fucking do it. Let's go. Let's fucking go. It's amazing. Yeah. Shadow of the Tomb Raider is higher ranked than Final Fantasy X by multiple tiers. I love it. I love it. I think it's a great game. Maneater. Oh yeah, Maneater was also a PS Plus game. That's fine. I don't know what else there is to say about it. You play as a shark. You attack people as a shark. If you attack people out in the open, they call the Coast Guard on you. It's like GTA except you're a shark. That's like it. That's all there is to say about it. I think I got it in 1 day, maybe 2 days. There's actually DLC for it that I haven't revisited. Maybe I will. It'll be a special stream where we play through the Maneater DLC, right? Well, now we're getting into the big leagues, right? God of War 2018. Here's where it gets spicy, right? I'm just gonna fucking say it. I don't like the new direction for God of War gameplay. I don't like it. I don't like where the camera is. I don't like the third-person perspective melee combat. I don't fucking like it. I do not like this direction for God of War combat. No, sir, I don't like it. The original God of War combat with the fixed camera and you being able to move around the arena was so much better. The presentation is good. And the writing is better than a lot of AAA games. But the game goes on for so long that you kind of just stop caring about it. Like, all of you out there that have played God of War 2018, explain to me the story of God of War 2018. I can almost guarantee your explanation will be like 1 sentence, maybe 2, but the game is like 30 or 40 hours long. Like, there's so much filler in that story, and because there's so much filler, you kind of stop giving a shit after a while. I mean, at least I did. Not much actually happens. It's paced like a march through hell. It's like nothing happens, and then nothing happens, and then nothing happens, and then nothing happens. And at the very end, you find out all this shit that you didn't know about Kratos' wife's backstory. A character you never meet, by the way. The gameplay is okay. The gameplay is fun, but the camera makes things way harder than it needs to be. Like, almost during the entire playthrough, I was praying for the old God of War back. However, it excels at one-on-one fights. The Valkyrie fights are some of the best in gaming, and it reminds me of the Kingdom Hearts 2 data battles. So, I guess what I'm trying to say is that at best, God of War 2018 is fine, and I'm tempted to put this into pain territory. I would not want to play this game again, and when I played Ragnarok, I could only play for like 1 day, and I just couldn't play anymore. Fuck it. The game, the game and Platter pain. Sorry, it's 1 tier above multiplayer trophies. All right. I fucking played this game. All right, I played this game. I got the platinum trophy on it. I've done everything the game asked me to do. I have a right to this opinion, and I think this game is fucking terrible. Wait, it's not terrible. It's just not very good. It really isn't. It blows my mind that people are like, actually, it's one of the best games ever made. I'm like, motherfucker, how many games have you played? Like 4? Did you play this game and the other games on this tier? Because maybe. Anyway, enough of that. Moving on. I'm making myself angry for no reason. Okay. Ghost of Tsushima. We're just gonna get this out of the way. It's amazing. Fucking play it. It's a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful game. I love it. Excellent, excellent, excellent game. And it's an excellent platinum too. The platinum doesn't demand 100% completion, but very close to it. It doesn't demand completion of all the collectible trophies, which is great because collectibles are the most tedious part of almost any like open world game. But the platinum does make you see all the game has to offer, and it can be completed on any difficulty. The platinum does not require much skill, it's just to experience everything. You know, I'm starting to rethink where I put this thing, because if this game required you to beat it on the hardest difficulty, I could probably put it on amazing, but it doesn't. You can put this game on the easiest difficulty where you can't even die, and still get the platinum trophy for it. But if you did that, you really wouldn't be able to see all of the game because the game would be just so easy. You wouldn't interact with much of the mechanics. I'm sorry. I gotta put it on good. If there was a trophy saying beat the game on the hardest difficulty, yeah, I would put it on amazing. But even when they added New Game Plus, you know what? Hang on a second. They actually might have added a difficulty trophy to this. Oh, fuck me. I gotta log in. Welcome back, Kashmir Z. Bro, can I see my account, please? If there is a trophy for... There we go. Oh, I haven't done everything. Oh yeah, I didn't do the Legends mode. No, even in New Game Plus, you don't have to complete it on the hardest difficulty. Yep, it's good. It's good. I would rank it higher. I would rank it higher if it made you play on the hardest difficulty, but it doesn't. So here we are. Wonderful game though. Definitely play it. Probably one of my top 10 games in this whole thing, in terms of like personal enjoyment. Pretty much every game here is a fucking 10 out of 10 for me. Go check it out. It's a wonderful game. I love it. This is like 8, 9 out of 10. Also very good. These are like whatever. And these are like, yeah, fuck them. But anyway, where are we at now? Control! We are at number 50. Control is the halfway point. We're at number 50. Okay. Control. Control might be the most... It might have the most oppressive, crushing atmosphere of any game I've ever played. When I think of this game, I think of dark and dreary and hopeless. It's literally just SCP and Backrooms the game. But because neither one of those things are copyrighted, they're able to use them as much as they want. They don't have to pay anybody a dime. There's worse things you can make a game out of than SCP and Backrooms. And honestly, Control is not a bad attempt at making a game about those two concepts. It is weird, it's unsettling, and it's wonderfully strange. And it's honestly kind of a breath of fresh air after all the by-the-numbers AAA fare. Like, yeah, they have skill trees, yeah, they have collectibles, yeah, they have all that stuff, but it has such a unique spin on it, and I just love it. Excuse me. The Platinum was basically 100% completion, with a handful of trophies for killing enemies with specific abilities, and, you know, like a certain amount of times. I would get this Platinum again. In fact, I want to revisit it at some point. But here's the thing. The game doesn't require you to play it on a hard difficulty. It doesn't really require that much out of you in terms of mastery of the combat. There are optional routes to take that give you in-game rewards for mastering the combat, but the trophy list doesn't require it. Which is okay, but I kind of wish it demanded a bit more of you. And for that reason, I'm going to have to put it on good. Good. And with that, it reached the halfway point. I thought this would take significantly longer than it has. I'm kind of amazed we've gotten this far in just 2 hours and 18 minutes. And honestly, looking at the list right now, yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, most of the games I play are pretty good and fine, so those like should be the biggest ones. Amazing shouldn't be as big as it is. It only is as big as it is because there's so many like double platinums. And like, yeah, if I like a game, I'm probably going to play it twice, you know? I look for any excuse I can to play a good game. All right, so now we're moving into the realm of when I started streaming. So pretty much, so all of these games I did before I started streaming. So all of these games, I didn't have an audience. I didn't have anybody, you know, watching or commenting or like anything like that, right? So, let's see, where's the notes? There we go, there's the notes. So we're moving to Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I'm gonna make Assassin's Creed fans angry at this. This is my favorite Assassin's Creed. I haven't played all of them, but it's the favorite out of the ones I played so far. Before Odyssey, I had only played Valhalla, and obviously I didn't finish it because you haven't seen that platinum yet. I love the world of Assassin's Creed Odyssey. It is kind of choked by AAA design elements that are just so common in the modern era. Like, there's tons of crafting materials everywhere. There's tons of like side quests everywhere with very shallow questing mechanics. And every time you walk into an area, the massive list pops up of all the stuff you can do there, and the HUD just kind of overwhelms you at times. This is a game that came out, I want to say, in the wake of Breath of the Wild, but before Breath of the Wild was able to kind of make a change in the industry. So you have a game design philosophy that's like, just throw as much shit on the screen as possible and like overwhelm the player. Don't even give them a chance to explore. Just tell them where everything is. And for that reason, it's hard to make this an amazing, but it's honestly one of the best open world games I've ever played. It is so much fun to just run around and explore, and there's so much to find and experience in this game, and there's so much content there. It's some of the beefiest content I've ever experienced in a game. And the DLC for AC Odyssey is some of the best I've ever experienced since Borderlands 2. It is so good. And it's meaty too. There's 3 DLC packs. Each one of them takes 10 hours to get all the trophies. So you're talking 30 hours of content right there. That's basically a fucking game. Just the DLC. I want to say it was over 150 hours for me when all was said and done. It was an absolute joy, and there weren't really any tedious trophies. Also, I got a special place in my heart for Cassandra. I think Cassandra's a wonderful protagonist. And it's nice to see characters like her in gaming at all. You know what? Fuck it. Amazing. Play it. It's getting kind of big. I wonder if I can stretch it out. Can I stretch this out? Is there a way to stretch this out? I'm sure there is. Anyway, moving on. I'll be here for an hour trying to figure out how to make this thing wider. Uncharted 1 is just so janky, but it's still good. The controls are responsive enough. This is the first Uncharted game I've ever played, and so far the only Uncharted game I've ever played. Yes, the only Uncharted game I played is number 1. I haven't even, like, that's the only one I have the platinum for, but it's also the only one I've ever played. And the first time I ever played an Uncharted game was on Crushing Difficulty. Crushing Difficulty is unforgiving, but checkpoints are fucking everywhere, and they're pretty generous, so it's like not too bad. You figure out pretty quickly how you play the game. It's a cover-based shooter, and God help you if you're not in cover, because you're basically dead. If you just get out of cover and run around on Crushing Difficulty, you're basically dead. It's just like a matter of seconds. There's very few missable trophies in Uncharted 1, and there's chapter select at all times. So if you miss something, you just have to go back and get it. And the collectibles are saved through chapter select, so you don't have to get everything in one playthrough, which is great for me. It means I don't have to play through the first time with a fucking guide next to me to make sure I don't miss anything. God. It's very video gamey because almost the entire game is just a series of set pieces. It's more Indiana Jones than Tomb Raider. Like there's a few tombs, but there's like very few of them. And almost every tomb you go to, even if it's like the middle of fucking nowhere, inevitably guys with guns are going to come out and just start blah, 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 you know? It's a fun game, but it's ultimately kind of forgettable and generic. I hear the sequels are better though. As it is, it's fine. It's fine. All right. Next up is Castlevania Requiem, which is actually 2 games, which is Symphony of the Night and Rondo of Blood. Ooh, fancy names. When I played this game, I had forgotten how amazing Symphony of the Night really was. I'd only played Symphony of the Night a couple times back when I was like a teenager, and I hadn't really played it past that point. So this is the first time I revisited Symphony of the Night in like 15 years, and it was also the first time I'd ever played Rondo of Blood. The game still holds up 20 years later. It is a joy to play, and it's so much fun to just kind of explore the castle as Alucard, because there's something to find in every room. It's so cool. Rondo of Blood is a different game, and it's more of a classic style Castlevania, like the side-scrolling level-based. It's tough in areas, but you get to play as two different characters in Rondo of Blood. You get to play as Ricard, who's basically Simon Belmont, and you get to play as Maria, who has a goddamn double jump and a ranged attack that's way better than Richter's whip. She also can change her jump in midair, which basically breaks the game open. Maria is a significantly easier character to play as in Rondo of Blood than Richter is. To the point where the hardest trophies in the game are beating Dracula as Richter in Rondo of Blood and beating Symphony of the Night as Richter. So like Richter is literally just like the hard mode. But it's not a very tedious game. I think I beat both games in like 2 or 3 days. Like it's not a very a difficult or demanding game at all. Some of it's a bit tedious, but it's not too bad. Honestly, I think I'm gonna put him in amazing. There's really nothing that holds him back, to be honest. And it's pretty short too, so it's not this huge thing you have to like devote hours and hours and hours to. Boom, Castlevania Requiem. Rift Apart. So as it stands right now, this is the most recent Ratchet and Clank game. This game came out, and I want to say 2021, and I got it the first week it came out. It is a joy to see Ratchet and Clank come back. It is a wonderful time. It is so good to see him again. It's probably the best Ratchet and Clank game since A Crack in Time, and that was 2008. It's also a game I haven't got the platinum for, but I'm very close. I'm very, very close. I just need to get all the challenge points and do a new game plus run. Rift Apart. Rift Apart is not as good as Ratchet and Clank 1, like the original Ratchet and Clank 1, or Ratchet and Clank 2. I would say it's probably the third best Ratchet game I played. No, I take that back. It's probably the fourth best Ratchet game I played. So you've got Ratchet and Clank original, Ratchet and Clank 2, that's the tops one. Then you got Ratchet and Clank 1, 2002. Then you got Ratchet Deadlocked. Then you've got Ratchet and Clank 3, and Rift Apart is about the same.
Hello there.
Hello there, Sourdough. How are you? Good morning. Shit, what time is it over there? It's like 5 in the morning over there, isn't it? It's nice seeing you. We got 100 platinum trophies, so I'm going through every single one of them and ranking them in a tier list. Three in the morning? Good lord, girl. Sun's not up this early. Sun would tell you to go the fuck back to sleep. It's 7 p.m. right now. Sun went down about an hour ago. So I guess as the sun leaves me, it comes up for you. Where was I? Oh yeah, Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. I guess what I'm trying to say is that this is on par with the early Ratchet and Clank games. Like Ratchet and Clank 1, 2, 3, and Deadlock. It's on par with those. Of the restaurants for my new job at the airport. Oh man. So when you get to work, like, an airport never closes. There's always people just kind of hanging out waiting for flights. I wouldn't mind working at an airport. I think that'd be very interesting. You probably see just a huge number of people just coming and going. Probably have a million stories for them after a while. Okay, I need to lower that desktop audio significantly. That shit was very loud. I didn't mean it for it to be that loud. Hang on a second. I'm gonna put a... Wait, no, there is a filter on it. Yeah, ducking's on it. What? Test it. Okay. So when I talk, it lowers significantly. Okay, so I've been good so far. Okay. Yeah, Ratchet and Clank. I'd put Rift Apart in terms of like the platinum experience, probably on par with the other ones. Overall, it's kind of mid, but the Ratchet and Clank Future series was kind of shit, and Ratchet and Clank 2016 was fucking garbage. So even a mid Ratchet and Clank game is like a welcome change of pace from like the last 10 years. There's also no new game plus required. The trophy list is pretty pedestrian. But I gotta tell you, I'm so tired of Dr. Nefarious. Like, Dr. Nefarious fucking sucks, man. I'm so tired of him just always being the villain. He's like the least interesting villain they ever came up with. Like, Drek, Quark, Gleam and Vox, they were all like way more interesting villains, and they're just completely forgotten about. I like Ratchet and Clank 2 because the villain is capitalism itself. It's literally like capitalism. That's the enemy. I'm gonna say it's fine. I'm gonna say it's good. It's good. It's alright. It's alright. Oh, here we go, baby. AC Valhalla. Let's fucking go. Okay. I did this while I was on quarantine in another country. So when I went to this country, for the first 14 days, I was locked in a hotel room. I could not leave. Couldn't even step outside the room. They brought me all my food and they're like, just fucking stay in there. So I had like nothing. I had literally nothing else to do for 14 days straight than play this game. It's actually pretty fun, but it's also pretty mindless. Like a lot of open world games produced in the last 5 years. What did I write down? Oh, I wrote down male Eivor is best Eivor. Yeah, I preferred the male Eivor to the female Eivor. She just had almost no personality. She sounded like one of those women from Futurama, like the Snoo women. That's what she sounded like. So the story of AC Valhalla, I don't fucking remember the story at all. It was more of a novelty than anything. I guess there was a story for AC Valhalla. I mean, it's a game, so I guess there was a story of some kind, but I don't remember it. To me, AC Valhalla is like a better, more engaging version of Skyrim. I know that's going to sound like, you know, sacrilegious, but it basically is. So I'm going to have to rank Valhalla at either Skyrim level or better. There are a lot of collectibles. It does get tedious having to get them all. And cairn stacking, where you like stack the rocks on top of each other, was one of the most frustrating things I've ever done in a video game, and it was easily the hardest part of the game. It was so anger-inducing. You know what? I'm gonna have to put it in game is fun, but the platinum is a pain. Straight up. Yeah, there's actually some good games in game is fun, but plat is pain. Like, Metal Gear Solid 3 is an amazing game, but the platinum is kind of pain in the ass. Pretty much all these games that are painful are because of like tedious and grindy trophies. All right, moving right along. Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker. So, if you're looking for that Metal Gear experience, I think Peace Walker is the best Metal Gear game post Metal Gear Solid 3. I think it's better than Metal Gear Solid 5. I think it's better than Metal Gear Solid 4. I think it's better than Ground Zeroes. I think it's better than Revengeance. If you're looking for that classic Metal Gear experience that was like the first 5 games, like Metal Gear, Metal Gear 2, Metal Gear Solid 1 through 3, I think Peace Walker is your best bet. I personally like Metal Gear Solid 5 better, but for the gameplay, but Peace Walker is a much better balance between gameplay and story. Metal Gear Solid 5 story is like, I don't know, like who the fuck knows what happened in Metal Gear Solid 5. But Peace Walker actually tells a coherent story that's relevant to the rest of the series and plays with themes that are relevant in the Solid series. I'm kind of shocked it was on a portable console, to be honest. I wrote down in my notes, it was too good for the PSP. It can be a bit tedious and a bit grindy. So you have to S rank every mission in the game, and there's like 100 of these motherfuckers. And the criteria for S ranking a mission is very high. You have to do it without being seen, do it without killing anybody. It's very, very unforgiving. Like, you can't fuck up even once. But the missions aren't that long. It's not too bad, but there's not that huge of a variety of locations in the game. Like, they reuse areas like crazy. Like, they make the absolute... Like, if you're playing through the main story and you come to a new area, you're like, wow, a new area. Like, 13 side missions open up and they all take place in that area. But the side missions are fun. They're not as bad as Metal Gear Solid 5, where it's literally like 13 missions of taking down tanks, and they're all the same. It's not as bad as that. They're at least somewhat more creative. It's also probably the funniest Metal Gear, so it's pretty lighthearted. They can get pretty serious at times, but the side missions are pretty lighthearted. I love it. I think it's a wonderful game, and honestly, I would be remiss if I did not rank it at least as high as Metal Gear Solid 5. It belongs up there. It's better than fine. It's better than fine. It's good. Everyone wants a log. You're gonna love a log. Ren and Stimpy. A show I enjoyed way more until I found out about what a horrible person the creator was. Sorry, enjoying a little bit of a snack. All right. Next up is AC Origins. So I played AC Origins, Assassin's Creed Origins, before the 60 FPS patch. I was honestly kind of pissed when someone in my Discord said there's a 60 FPS patch for AC Origins. I'm like, motherfucker, I had to suffer through 30 FPS? Man, fuck this. Ubisoft is fucking terrible at optimization for their games. It's almost kind of laughable. They're like the Apple of video games. Like, you know they could do it, but they just won't because they hate you. They just hate you. They despise you. Anyway, back to AC Origins. It's not nearly as expansive as Valhalla or Odyssey in terms of gameplay options. Like, the game world isn't as big, obviously, but it's also, there's not too many ways you can interact with it. Like, you can basically sneak up on an enemy, you can shoot a bow and arrow at him, or you can attack him, and that's basically it. There might be a few more things you can do, but like that's basically it. And like, they can only dress up those limited gameplay mechanics so much, you know? Like, there might as well not even be a skill tree, because what you can actually do is like so limited compared to Odyssey and Valhalla. And it gets fucking boring looking at the desert for so long. And story, I don't give a fuck about the Assassin's Creed story. Like, the story's AC Origins is probably honestly one of the best, but like, the story is such a small part of an Assassin's Creed game. Like, the gameplay matters so much more, I think. Like, Assassin's Creed games never focused on story. The story's always been kind of flimsy. Like, I mean, it's there if you want it, but like you're going to be playing the game a lot more than you are watching it. AC Origins was also a pain to get the platinum in. It was super annoying to get all the way to the end of the game and realize I didn't have enough of a certain item to activate the Sphinx. So you had to complete all locations, and to complete the Sphinx, you had to activate it. And you needed like 50 of one type of item, and I had like 42. And it's like, fuck me. And like, I had to go find that shit. And it is so like, there's not really good resource online to figure out where all these fucking items are. And you're not going to know which ones you got and which ones you didn't at the end of the game. So I had to haul my happy ass all around fucking Egypt, finding these goddamn things. When I finally got it, I finished the Sphinx, I activated the last location, and the trophy didn't pop. And I'm like, are you fucking shitting me? And so I left the Sphinx and I walked around. I'm looking at the map because there's no like list anywhere. You have to look at the map, make sure all locations are complete. And I'm like, what's going on? I did them all. And as I'm looking, the trophy pops. And it's like, you fucking asshole. So because of that, and I'm not even gonna say it's my fault. I'm not even gonna say it's my fault because a lot of those things are like super hidden. You probably wouldn't think to go there unless you had a guide, and you basically have to scour the whole goddamn game world to find this stuff. It's not like a hard boss fight where you just have to like get good at the game. It's like you just have to know where all this shit is. So for that reason, I am going to put game is fun, plat is a pain. Do you know what? Game and plat are pain. Put God of War 2018 and AC Origins in the game and platter pain section. Well, I'm going to make a lot of enemies today. All right. Moving on. One Piece Unlimited World Red. Yeah. I think we know where all the One Piece trophies are going to go. This is my second favorite One Piece game, and a game that I started originally over 10 years ago, before I got the platinum. I mean, it took me 10 years to get the platinum. That probably tells you all you need to know about it. But there's one thing I really like about it. So it has one of the coolest features I've ever seen for like a beat 'em up game. And that feature is, while you're playing the game, on the right side of the screen, it'll show you a list of like combos, right? It'd be like square, square, triangle, square, triangle, square, like whatever. And if you perform those combos with the character, you can perform all of them. You go into kind of like a super mode where you do like 20% more damage and take 20% less damage. So it's honestly kind of cool. You basically do these modes, you get into the super mode, and then you unleash your special attacks, and those special attacks also are empowered. So what it does is, what it really does is it teaches you about the combat. It teaches you in a kind of a subtle way what the combos are and what they look like. So 20% isn't really that great in the grand scheme of things. Like, once you kind of figure out the combos you like and the combos you don't like, you can kind of like ignore it. There's not really super benefit from doing it. Like, yeah, sometimes it's good, but like once you learn abilities that like hit enemies around you, or abilities that focus on one enemy, you pretty much know what you have to use for like any given situation. And because there's so many characters, following that little thing teaches you about them in a way that's not intrusive, where they like stop the game and force you to do moves. It's kind of organic, and I really like it. So thumbs up, One Piece Unlimited World Red. But all One Piece games, it gets very tedious, very fast, and by the time I got the Platinum Trophy, I just wanted it to be over. There are an insane amount of just tedious trophies to get, and honestly, they kind of improved this on the PS4 version, but the PS3 version, the one that I played, is just tedium incarnate. And for that reason, I can't make it any higher than game is fun, platinum is pain. Like, I'm sorry. That's as high as it's gonna go. Moving on. BioShock 1. Ooh, child. BioShock 1. So I played BioShock 1 on the PS3. I have yet to get the platinum for BioShock 1 on the PS4. Honestly, I've kind of got the itch lately to go back to Rapture. BioShock 1 was an absolute joy. The game, and what's great about it is the gameplay gives you a lot of options for how to deal with enemies. BioShock 1 can be played in a million different ways, and they're all viable. it really does feel like this massive world that you're like trying to make your way. Like Rapture feels real. Every room you go into and every building you go into makes sense in its own way. It really does feel like you stumbled onto this like destroyed and decaying city, and everything is so dangerous. I love the atmosphere BioShock 1 creates. It's probably even better on the PS4. The PS3 is like the PS3. Rapture is one of the best settings of any video game. And honestly, BioShock basically invented the modern trend in gaming to have fucking audio diaries everywhere. Like, even when it doesn't make sense, games will today have like audio diaries everywhere. It was already a flimsy excuse in the original BioShock, but it just gets more and more flimsy with every game that comes out. And the reason it is because of BioShock 1. I think this game, along with Metroid Prime, revolutionized storytelling through environment or environmental storytelling. There's a few missable trophies in BioShock 1. It's not too bad. I mean, BioShock 1 isn't a game that's a chore to play through. It's okay to have a couple playthroughs. And also certain plasmids make very quick work of enemies, like Control Big Daddy. Control Big Daddy is one of the most overpowered plasmids in the entire game, and it basically lets you completely destroy any level with just a handful of Big Daddies. You can even use a Big Daddy to fight another Big Daddy. Like, I would do that when I was playing on the hardest difficulty. And eventually one Big Daddy's going to win, but the other Big Daddy has like barely any health left. So like one Big Daddy would win. And as soon as he did, I would just launch everything I had at the other Big Daddy. Boom, 2 dead Big Daddies. And I get all that at him. So I am going to put both are amazing. And you probably see me squirming in my chair right now. I got to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. We'll talk about BioShock 2, a game that I do not hold as high in esteem as the BioShock 1. Be right back.
Boom. Red barrel. Come on, Sherry. Come on. Come on, Sherry. Come on. Come get me. Come get me. Come get me, big boy. Come get me, pretty boy. I could have sworn I knocked this guy out. Don't forget who told you to play this game. I won't. I'll give you a shout out. Oh. That was the coolest outpost captured. Fuck you. Oh. How's that guy? That guy's wondering what the fuck happened. All the prisoners are gone. Ooh. Alright, give it to me straight, Doc. It's probably not an S rank, but give it to me straight. Come on. I can take it. Come on. Ooh! My dad's a Cancer. Oh, we can summon. Who's that? Rommel. Is this a unique summon? A unique animation? Holy shit. That was fucking awesome.
Yeah, nothing like the divine to get you out of a bind.
I will not let you reach the sisters.
How in the hell would you know? God, we're supposed to get some health. Do I get more health? Those are the 3 coins. You pretty much always get those for defeating those 3. What? Hey! We got it!
And I'm back. I'll lower that desktop audio a bit more. All right. Where was I? BioShock 2. This might be kind of a long one. BioShock 2 is a worse game than BioShock 1 in terms of storytelling and maybe gameplay. Well, I don't know. The gameplay is slightly better, but the level design is less interesting. It's way more linear. So in BioShock 1, every level was more or less like an open, interlocking space. That's true in BioShock 2 as well, but like enemies are more isolated in BioShock 2. Like in BioShock 1, if you really wanted to, you could mind control a Big Daddy and take him all throughout the level and just have him fuck people up. Like that was something you could do. You can't really do that in BioShock 2. Like, you have more abilities, but they're all just, like, direct damage abilities. There's not too many indirect damaging abilities like there was in BioShock 1, which makes the gameplay just overall less interesting. The hardest difficulty is also harder because of restricted level design, making controlling a Big Daddy less useful than it would be otherwise. And fucking moral choice system is terrible in BioShock 2. Like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, let me explain how this works, okay? Throughout BioShock 2, you can decide to kill 3 individuals. I'm not going to go into detail about who they are and why they deserve to die or if they don't deserve to die. But, like, your choices with regards to these 3 people influences the ending you get. Here's how it works. The villain of the game, Sophia Lamb, is just a fucking reprehensible, evil woman. Just awful. And does she deserve to die? Yes, she does. Yes, she deserves to die, and I hope she burns in hell. She is an awful woman that has spelled disaster for dozens of people and led them to their deaths. She deserves to die. If anyone deserves to die, she does. Here's the thing. What determines whether or not she dies is based on how you handle the other 3 characters. So, unbeknownst to you, your little sister was watching you this whole time, and based on how you act to those 3 enemies is how she acts to the final boss. So let's say you decide that, let's say like the first person doesn't deserve to die, and the third person doesn't deserve to die, or does deserve to die, and like the second person doesn't deserve to die. Let's say like you decide that like 2 of them don't deserve to die, and 1 of them does. Like, your little sister will look at you, and she'll be like, okay, she doesn't deserve to die. And she'll save the bitch. It's so annoying, because it's like, no, she deserves to die. But, like, you don't have any ability to, like, kill her yourself. It's completely dependent on how you acted to those other 3 characters. So, like, okay, so what does that mean? Let's say I think Sophia Lamb deserves to die. That means I have to purposely kill people that I don't think deserve to die to kill Sophia Lamb. It's a fucking train wreck. And I remember bitching about this. I remember pointing this out on my Platinum Pop for BioShock 2 like fucking years ago. And it still bothers me. It's like in a game that values choice so much, the one choice that really matters you can't make. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I'm missing the wonderful, insightful commentary that BioShock 2 has. I hear the BioShock 2 DLC is way better in terms of storytelling. I haven't played it. BioShock 2's Platinum made me so annoyed, I just didn't want to play it. So for that reason, I don't know, man. I don't know. Because I didn't like the game. I didn't really like the game. So because I didn't like the game, the Platinum almost doesn't matter. The Platinum's not too bad. You just got to beat the game on hard mode. It's just like whatever. I'm going to put it on Game and Platter Pain. BioShock 1 is amazing. BioShock 2 is pain. Yep, checks out. It's It's pretty boilerplate, mediocre opinion I have there, don't I? All right. Resident Evil 1. It's fucking amazing. Go fucking play it right now. If you never played Resident Evil 1, go play it right now. Do it. I didn't care for it at first, probably because I'm a fucking bitch and tank control scared me. But it grew on me, and it's one of my favorite games now. It's probably in my top 10. Resident Evil requires multiple playthroughs, but every single playthrough is super relaxing and super enjoyable. There's a lot of missables, but that's okay because you're going to be playing multiple times anyway. It does help to have kind of a roadmap to figure out how many playthroughs you're going to need and what you're going to do on what playthrough. Because if you beat the game as Chris and Jill on normal difficulty, you unlock one dangerous zombie, which is a zombie that follows you throughout the mansion with grenades strapped to him. You can't shoot him because if you do, he'll blow up and kill you and everybody else. So you just have to run away from him. It's not too bad. It's literally just, oh, the zombie's there, I got to run away from him. You know, it just kind of spices up your preceding playthroughs. So as long as you don't beat normal mode as Chris and Jill, you'll be fine. Now, if you did that and you're still trying to get the platinum, you might as well just like erase your save data. I'm completely serious. It makes it a lot easier. Other than that, though, I say it's fucking amazing. I think that's a very, very small price to pay for a wonderful game like this. Oh, shit. Assassin's Creed 2. Oh, my God. Assassin's Creed 2. Assassin's Creed 2 is probably one of the worst games I've ever played. I got almost no enjoyment whatsoever out of playing Assassin's Creed 2, and I was so happy when it was over. I don't like this game. It's not a bad game. I don't like it. Let me count the ways. I'm looking at my notes. I said Assassin's Creed 2 is probably the least enjoyable game I played on stream. Yeah, it probably is. The story meanders just way too much. I thought the whole story was going to be about vengeance, but that's cleared up within the first like 2 or 3 story missions, and after that it just like fucking meanders around with like very little story to tell. So maybe this is going to make me sound ignorant, but one of the biggest issues I've always had with the Assassin's Creed games is they don't really explain why the Templars are so evil and the Assassins so good. So like they when they talk about the Templars, they're like, oh, they're trying to control people, and the Assassins are trying to liberate people. You know, everything is permitted, and it's like, okay, but like, motherfucker, like, what makes the Templars uniquely evil? You know, like wanting to control people is something that pretty much every government tries to do since the beginning of time. Like, what is it about the Templars that's so evil where they just have to be killed? You know, Assassin's Creed 2 does this weird thing where they just say he's a Templar and everyone's like, oh, and it's like, okay, well, what does that mean? Like, what's so bad about it? Does he eat babies? Is he a Holocaust denier? Like, what is a Templar's goals? What are they trying to do? And like, very specific, what are they trying to do and how are they trying to do it? Maybe Assassin's Creed 2 mentions it. I played the whole game and got the Platinum Trophy. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. All they really say about the Templars is, oh, they want to control people and they don't want people to be free. And it's like, all right, motherfucker, like, both of those things are very vague. Like, every government wants to control people on some level, and also every government wants people to be free on some level. Like, what does that mean? Like, total freedom and total control are both awful scenarios. Like, what does that mean? Why are the Templars so bad? They don't say. They're just like, he's a Templar. You should fucking kill him. Okay, fine. Like, it's and because they don't explain that, it makes the plot less interesting because you don't really know what the stakes are. Like, this guy is a bad guy because he's a bad guy. Yeah, he does bad things, but you're also a fucking murderer that goes around killing people. It's not like you're the moral authority on what's like good and what isn't good. Like, that's why Assassin's Creed 2 plays so much better as a tale of revenge. And it's like, okay, how many video games have you played where the main character has a loving family in like the first 5 minutes of the game? if you played a couple of video games, you know that family's about to fucking die or get taken away from this character within like the first 15 minutes. And that's exactly what happens in Assassin's Creed 2. You're introduced to the family of Ezio, and within like I think 10 to 20 minutes, all of them are killed. And the game then becomes revenge. And I'm like, great, I understand that. I understand revenge. But motherfucker, he gets revenge in like the first hour or two. But there's like 18 hours left in the game. And it's like, okay, huh? And then they're like, oh, it was actually a conspiracy by the Templars. They wanted the whole family killed, so they blah, 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 blah. And it's like, okay, is it like still a revenge story? Because like not really, because we killed everyone that had a direct hand in the death of Ezio's family. Now it's all about stopping the Templars and their conspiracy from, whatever. And it's like, okay, so everything that I had a personal motivation for is now done with. It's like the game should be over, but the game's just getting started. It's just like, okay, whatever. You fucking lost me. The story's not that great. And the gameplay is some of the most tedious, broken shit I've ever seen in my life. It takes 3 goddamn buttons to parry somebody. Like that, you fucked up, man. If you need 3 buttons to parry someone's attack, you fucked up. And the whole equipment system is pointless. So the best move by far in Assassin's Creed 2 is parry and instantly kill an enemy. And when you do that, you instantly kill an enemy no matter what your sword level is, like what your sword damage ability is, right? If you're surrounded by more than like 3 enemies and you try to attack any of them, they will all gang up on you. But if you wait, they will only attack you one at a time. So then you can parry them and kill them instantly. So why am I saying this? Why I'm saying this is because it basically makes the whole process of upgrading the level of your sword completely meaningless. Because that only reflects the amount of damage you do in a normal sword swing, which you would never do. Because if you're attacking more than like 1 enemy, they're all going to gang up on you. So if you're thinking about what to upgrade in Assassin's Creed 2, don't upgrade your sword. It's pointless. And don't upgrade your dagger either. Or your Assassin's dagger either. Because Assassin's dagger is just a one-hit kill, no matter what it is. So almost the entire process of upgrading your equipment is bullshit. I don't like this game. I think it's a bad game. Fucking sue me. You don't like it. This is probably my least enjoyable platinum out of all of them. Out of the 100 platinum trophies I have, this was the least enjoyable one, and it was a slog to get through it. It's a miracle I finished it. If I could rank it any lower, I would. You know what? Maybe I will. AC2. Boom. Moving right along. Resident Evil 7. Here's why it's not amazing. Resident Evil 7 is one of my favorite games of all time. If not for the fucking boat. The Baker Estate, which is a majority of the setting for Resident Evil 7, is right up there with the Spencer Mansion, the mansion from the first Resident Evil, and it's right up there with the police station. But for some fucking reason, a full third of the game is spent on this fucking ship, and the level design is terrible. It's so tedious. It's such a chore to get through. It's terrible. You don't even get to play as Ethan Winters. You play as his estranged wife. The ship is like so bad. I think if you just removed it and didn't replace it with anything, the game would be improved. If you did that, the game would be incredibly short. Aside from that, though, the game is genuinely scary and it's unsettling on a first playthrough. It can also be kind of scary on a second playthrough until you really get used to it. Now, I did the DLC. The Resident Evil 7 DLC is some of the most challenging content I've ever completed. It is brutal. It is so unforgiving. It is so difficult. It is just it's so hard. It's so hard. It took me months to get through the Resident Evil 7 DLC. And I'm still working on the PS5 version of Resident Evil 7. I am so tempted just to sync the save files and be done with it because I really don't want to do the DLC again. I think it would kill me. Like, I guess so. The actual platinum for RE7 isn't that bad, but the DLC is. The DLC is probably the most difficult content I've ever completed for a video game. It just never got easier, and I just had to like hope and get lucky. It was so harrowing. Oh my god. But Resident Evil 7, it's a good game. If it wasn't for the ship, it'd be up here. But because of the ship, it's down here. I almost put it down here, but I think it's fine. It's just fine there. Ooh, what's next? God of War 2. Okay. God of War 2 is probably one of the best sequels in action video games. It is so good. It improves on God of War 1 in almost every way. Let me give you an example. There were about 3 bosses in God of War 1. In God of War 2, there's 14 of these motherfuckers. 14! And every boss is an improvement over every boss in God of War 1. I want to say a first playthrough took me like 17 hours. There is so much content of God of War 2. It's ridiculous. Let me back up a bit. So the plot of God of War 2 is one of revenge. I mean, aren't they all? But it details how awful the gods really are and how quickly they are to betray one of their own. But at the same time, Kratos is not completely innocent. Here's the thing. Kratos never really got over his wife and child's death. And because he couldn't move on and like find peace within himself, he kind of lashes out at others. And the others around him are the Greek gods. So he's the god of war, having took that spot from Ares. And that anger that he feels toward himself, he projects externally. And it makes him a wonderful god of war because he's just possessed with rage and he needs an outlet for it. And his outlet for it is being the god of war. He's an avatar of anger. And God of War 3 kind of shows the natural outcome of just refusing to deal with this anger. Honestly, you could look at the God of War saga in the original trilogy as like, men will do literally everything except go to therapy. Men will kill all of the gods and destroy the world rather than go to therapy. But anyway, God of War 2 is Kratos beginning his crusade against the gods, all gods. And although like in terms of like the overall story for like the God of War saga, not much happens in God of War 2, it is an absolute joy to play. And it is pretty difficult too. At least, okay, God of War 2 and God of War 3 have these like unreal difficulty spikes. Like I'll go through the entire game and not die, and then I'll get to one part and I'll die 100 times. It is brutal. The final hallway in God of War 2 before the third Sister of Fate is just ridiculous. I think it took me an entire stream and a half to beat it. It was like almost 4.5 hours of just throwing my head against the wall until I finally beat this bitch. But yo, when I beat it, oh. So, honestly, let's see. It's better than God of War 1. I don't want to put them on the same tier. I think God of War 2 belongs in the top tier. I'm honestly pretty happy with this list so far. Assassin's Creed Black Flag. Okay, here we fucking go. Multiplayer trophy tier. The game is okay. The game is alright. The game isn't anything special to write home about. It's honestly probably the best ship combat that's ever been in a video game, which earns it pretty high praise. But good lord, man. Let me back up. This is one of the better Assassin's Creed games, but I have no desire to ever play it again. There's not really any missables, but some of the optional objectives and missions can be a pain. But you can replay those missions anytime you want. It's not like Assassin's Creed 3 where you had to get the optional mission trophies in the missions as the story went on, because the items and upgrades you get later on in the game makes those hidden objectives much easier. Excuse me. Let's see. Ship combat is decent. It's honestly probably the best ship combat I've ever experienced in a game, which isn't saying much, honestly. It's fun, but it's it looks good because so many others are just not. Let's see what the 4 legendary ships can be. The 4 legendary ships can be a bit tricky. I'm reading my notes right now. Yeah, I remember having a bit of a tough time with the 4 legendary ships. I completely upgraded the Jackdaw, which is like the ship you have in the game. One that took fucking forever. I think I had to capture like 1,000 ships to actually get enough materials to like level it up, which wasn't too bad. I mean, it did kind of get a little tedious, but yeah. And even when you upgrade the ship completely, those ships are still a decent challenge if you don't employ a decent strategy against them. But the unforgivable sin of Assassin's Creed Black Flag is the multiplayer trophies. It took your boy 18 hours. 18 hours of my life that I'll never get back of multiplayer, of Assassin's Creed Black Flag multiplayer to get all the trophies. That's basically why I made this tier right here, multiplayer trophies. This might be the only game that will really find a place in multiplayer trophies, but I want it to be the bottom one. It's a good game, but 18 hours of multiplayer, man. I cannot recommend to someone, hey, you're going to have to play 18 hours of multiplayer to get this fucking trophy. And it's one of those annoying multiplayer trophies that's like, get to this level in multiplayer. Because there's no easy way to do it. You just have to play a lot. And it's like, fucking Christ. You can't, I mean, you can boost it, sort of, but like not really. Luckily, you can do this multiplayer trophy by yourself. Because one of the best ways to get a lot of experience is Wolfpack. Which is somehow a multiplayer mode, but like not really. You don't have to play it with multiple people. Let's keep going. Metal Gear Solid 5 PS3. Literally the same trophy list, but at 30 FPS. I like this game so much, I got the platinum for it twice. I'm insane. Let's keep going. Wait a second. Where's Pirate Warriors 1? Oh, it's literally right in front of me. Man, my eyes are going. All right, Pirate Warriors 1. Pirate Warriors 1 is absolutely the most tedious fucking platinum I've ever gotten. It is probably about 15 hours of content, but it took me about 50 hours to get the platinum, and it could have taken up to 70 hours. This is the most RNG platinum trophy I've ever seen in my life. So, you gotta get all these fucking coins, right? You gotta get like every coin in the game. The coins are random drops from battles, and there's no way to specify what coin you want. It's literally just, you'll get like 7 coins from a list of like 300, and you just got to get them all. You just got to play the levels over and 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 over again. And and obviously, you don't want to be doing this forever, so you're going to play the shortest level, right? Yeah, so you're going to play the shortest level, but that just means you're playing the same level over and over and over again for hours, if not days or weeks. I kind of regret, in a way, sticking it out to get this platinum trophy because it was incredibly tedious, and honestly, it made me not like the game. So I gotta say, the game, the platinum, are pain. All the other Pirate Warriors improve upon this formula. I'm not gonna put this in the same tier as Pirate Warriors 3. It doesn't deserve it. I like the One Piece game, but Pirate Warriors 1 is for the streets. It's just fucking. All right. You also have to grind out 100,000 kills in a game where one level might have 1,000 enemies in it. And you think, oh, that's too easy, though. You knock out 2 birds with 1 stone. You got to get a bunch of coins, and you got to kill a bunch of enemies. Do it at the same time. No, that's not how it works. The shortest level in the game is a boss stage. You only kill like 50 enemies in that stage. So once you get the trophy for the coins, then you got to do the trophy for the 100,000 kills, and the game doesn't track the kills you have. So you have no idea how long it's going to take. You have no clue. Could take an hour, could take 2, could take... I streamed this for, I think, 13 hours. 13 hours of me just killing enemies. I can't believe I did that to my viewers. I shouldn't have done that. I apologize. But yeah, that's what I did. 13 hours of killing pirates to get the platinum trophy. And when I got the platinum trophy, I wasn't even aware of what I was doing. I actually paused the game. I was looking over because I was like looking at the games I had. I was having a conversation with someone, and the platinum popped. I was like, oh, we got it. Disgusting platinum. It's an alright game. Alright, Resident Evil 5. I don't know about this one. So I got the majority of these trophies like years ago, but I never did the hardest difficulty. The hardest difficulty is pretty tough with the AI. Not impossible, but you can... So the hardest difficulty, you can cheese it with infinite ammo. So let's say you play through the game on the easiest difficulty and you make a lot of money and upgrade all your weapons. You can take those upgraded weapons into the harder difficulties. It almost kind of trivializes the concept of difficulty at all. I did it with a friend of mine. I did it with Truest Sin, and I had an absolute blast. Resident Evil 5 is probably one of the best co-op games ever made. And that's not an isolated opinion. That's not just something I say. Almost everybody says that. That being said, on your own, it is... it's not very fun. So I'm tempted to put this into multiplayer trophies, but you don't actually need to complete a single second of multiplayer to get the platinum for this trophy. I think I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna do fine. It's fine. It's fine. Lollipop Chainsaw. Lollipop Chainsaw is so much goddamn fun. It's a game that just wants to have a good time, and it doesn't take itself too seriously. It is my first Suda51 game. I have not played another Suda51 game aside from Lollipop Chainsaw. I know, fake fan am I. I loved it so much, I actually did an edited review on it. The only edited review I've ever done was for Lollipop Chainsaw. I think to this date it has like 13 views. So yeah, I didn't do very well. Yeah, I mean, I kind of suck at YouTube videos and just content creation in general. What can I say? But I'm doing my best, Mom. You never understand. Anyway, it's also surprisingly progressive. So if you know anything about Lollipop Chainsaw, you know that it kind of sexualizes our young heroine, Juliet. Sort of, not really. Juliet is never depicted as a damsel in distress. She's never depicted as helpless. She's never depicted as having to have a man help her out, ever. Basically, she is the only person in this entire game, and amongst a sea of men, that can handle herself when it comes to the zombie invasion. It's actually kind of refreshing to see that. You have a character that is confident in herself, her body, and her opinion, and she's also a badass zombie hunter. I kind of wish they did this more in video games. Maybe they do, but I just haven't played it. And I've heaped a lot of praise on it, and the platinums aren't bad either. The platinums require you to basically beat every level without dying, which is, I think, a reasonable thing to ask of a player once they beat the game. For that reason, I gotta put it as amazing. Play this game. Luckily, there's a remake coming out soon. I'm sorry, a remaster. I mean, by the time we get it, it'll probably just be a port job on the PS5. But yeah, wonderful game. Go play it. It's also kind of hard to find nowadays. I think I still have my copy back in the United States. Hey, if you want a copy, I'll send it to you. Just send me a PM. All right, One Piece Pirate Warriors 4. One Piece Pirate Warriors 4 is the only game. It's the only Pirate Warriors game that's not like super fucking grindy. It's my second. It's, I think, the second best Pirate Warriors game. But because the game isn't super grindy, the platinum's only like 20 hours long. It's kind of telling because it shows how little the Pirate Warriors games have in terms of content once you take out all the grinding. It's a fun game, don't get me wrong, but I kind of wish there was a little more meat to it. But because they took out a lot of the grinding, it gets to be a little higher than Pirate Warriors 3 over here. Even though Pirate Warriors 3 is a better game. Hey, this is a very weird tier list, I'm sorry. So I would say fine. I'd say fine. I'd say fine. I wouldn't put it put it on the same level as like Final Fantasy VII, but it's definitely good. I'm sorry, fine. All right, where are we? Oh shit. Cat Quest. Yeah, Cat Quest. Cat Quest is an absolutely adorable game. And it's super fun. And it's perfect. If you're a parent and you're trying to play a game with your kid, it is perfect for parents and their kids. Honestly, I'd play it again if I could. I would get the Platinum Trophy again in a heartbeat. Can't wait for Cat Quest 3. So, Cat Quest 1 is Possum. So, we're going to put it right here. Boom. Both are amazing. Play it. All right, moving right along. Star Ocean First Departure. Okay. Star Ocean First Departure, or Star Ocean 1, is a lot of fun on a first playthrough. And it's a good kind of throwback to like late 80s, early 90s RPGs. That being said, to get all the trophies, you got to play through the game 3 times. And playing through an RPG 3 times is not fun. It's not. I mean, it's not a very long game, but once you play through it 1 time, you probably don't want to play through it again, let alone 3 times. Multiple playthroughs from RPG can just get very tedious very fast, especially when nothing changes. Difficulty doesn't increase. You're probably not... I guess you could play as a different character and adopt a different gameplay style, but there really isn't enough variety in gameplay to make it worth your while. There's also tons of missables. I literally had to make a checklist and make sure I went and got everything in one playthrough. Otherwise, I was going to doom myself to an additional playthrough. It was really, really tedious. It's still the easiest Star Ocean plat, I think. I haven't played Star Ocean 5, 6, or the remake of number 2, but it's rough. It's really rough. And for that reason, I'm sorry I got to put in Game and Plat are a pain. Game and Platinum are a pain. I'm glad I did it. I had fun with it while it lasted, but it just really overstayed its welcome. Now let's get back to a more Possum game. Cat Quest 2. Boom. Amazing. It's just as good as the first one. It's literally Cat Quest 1, but now you have dogs. It's everything you loved about Cat Quest 1, but this time with dogs. Yeah, that's what I wrote down as my first bullet. It's a nice, simple plat. It's perfect for first-timers and kids. I also wrote down, where's my Cat Quest 3? Supposedly they're making Cat Quest 3. I don't know when it's going to be released, though. Wonderful game. And you can probably do it in one evening. I think I did it in like 5 or 6 hours. All right, we're moving right along here. Yo, we're almost... we might be done. We might actually finish this in one night. All right. Splatterhouse. I'll tell you why. I enjoyed this more than the OG God of War action games. I enjoyed it more than God of War 1, 2, 3, or Chains of Olympus. I definitely enjoyed it more than God of War 2018. And I don't know. I mean, Splatterhouse didn't make a huge splash when it came out. Or didn't make a huge splat when it came out. And it's not very mechanically deep. It's definitely less mechanically deep than a God of War game. But it is so over-the-top violent with tons of blood and tons of gore and just like ripping off limbs. And it's just like so over-the-top. It's almost kind of endearing in a way. It's a super cheesy B-movie plot, and it ends on a cliffhanger. It is just so... It is not taking itself seriously at all, and almost everything in this game is like tongue-in-cheek. It's almost like, you know... It's almost like a love letter to those old, like, trashy exploitation films of the 60s and the 70s, like the old Grindhouse films. Like, the films that Quentin Tarantino is constantly trying to remake whenever he makes a movie. I had a blast with this. There's always something new. There's always something interesting to explore. Some parts of it are kind of frustrating, but, like, once you kind of figure out how to play the game and once you figure out, like, how powerful weapons are and that you probably shouldn't be punching anybody because the combos suck, the game gets so much more fun, and it's just an absolute joy to play. That being said, if you try to buy this game, if you try to buy Splatterhouse, you're probably going to pay a pretty penny for it. I got this was a gift. A wonderful friend of mine got this gift for me when I went out to see her, and I played this game as soon as I got back and kind of like, you know, dedicated it to her. There's a hard mode playthrough, and there's also challenge rooms, and that's one of the reasons why it's up here, because you do have to play the game on the hardest difficulty, and the challenge rooms can be a challenge if you don't know what to do. It was a joy to kind of learn like the best way to play this game, like in the most efficient way to play this game. I loved it, and I honestly right now kind of want to play through it again. But yep, Splatterhouse is an amazing game. Yes, Splatterhouse ranks higher than Metal Gear Solid 3. This is it. Shadow of the Colossus for the PS3. So if you guys didn't know, Shadow of the Colossus is my absolute favorite game. But if you remember what I said all the way back when, I said that Shadow of the Colossus for the PS3 is a significantly more frustrating platinum than Shadow of the Colossus for the PS4. This game had a lot of quality of life decisions that basically made the quest for the platinum a lot easier. And for that reason, I'm going to have to put it in game is fun, plat is pain. I definitely can't say the game is a pain because it's one of my favorite games. But the hoops you gotta jump through to get the platinum on the PS3 version, it is just grueling. It is just, it tested my love for Shadow of the Colossus. It really did. That was number 75. We have 25 more, and we're done. Can I like save this? Can you like save this whole thing? Share on Twitter, share on Facebook. I don't have either one of those things. I might literally just like use snip tool and just like snip it. All right. Spider-Man 1, Marvel Spider-Man. Amazing. It is amazing. And if you go after platinum trophies at all, you probably already have this platinum trophy. And so you probably don't really need to be watching this tier list. This is some of the funnest combat in any game I've ever played. It is an absolute joy to like web strike an enemy, dodge under him, throw him up in the air, jump up, web him up, throw him down and hit somebody, web them both to the ground, throw a web bomb, like it's just so much fun to just like just play with the enemies, honestly. Once the combat clicks, you feel invincible. It's a lot similar to the Arkham combat, like Arkham City, Arkham whatever, but it's more fluid and it adds a lot of verticality. The thing that kind of sucked about the Arkham games is that they were so stiff and you felt so like rigid all the time. And Spider-Man has basically taken that like style of combat, like combo-based combat, and loosen it up a bit. And it's so much fun. And the story of Spider-Man 1 is probably my favorite in the Spider-Man series. Second only to the Spider-Verse movies. I guess what I mean by that is like Spider-Man media, like not the comics. Everything outside the comics is what I mean. I like it better than Spider-Man 2. So Spider-Man 2 is down here somewhere. Yeah, it's down here. And when I beat Spider-Man 2, I said that I liked Spider-Man 2 better than Spider-Man 1. I've had time to think about that, and I think Spider-Man 1 is a better game. In terms of the whole package. I think that's all that needs to be said about that. Let's move on to another game. SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom. It is a super fun 3D platformer. Once the combat clicks... Wait a minute. God damn it. My eyes are going. I'm reading the stuff from Spider-Man. Super fun 3D platformer. This was a nice change of pace. Nice change of pace after Shadow of the Colossus and Spider-Man. So, Shadow of the Colossus is a very frustrating game to get a platinum trophy for. I wouldn't call it a hard game. It's just, you just have to be patient. Spider-Man on the hardest difficulty. So the Spider-Man DLC on the hardest difficulty is a legitimate challenge. It is. I recently played through Spider-Man again. I think, where is it? Yeah, here. This is the Spider-Man remastered. And I did a bit better at it, probably because I'm just better at video games after like all this experience under my belt. But the Spider-Man on the hardest difficulty is a challenge. You know, you gotta kind of pay attention. So playing through SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom was a wonderful change of pace. It's significantly easier. It's a very chill game. It honestly kind of reminded me of like Jak and Daxter, Ratchet and Clank, Banjo-Kazooie. Super Mario 64 and Sunshine. It's just like a simpler time, honestly. I was immediately back into like the late 90s, early 2000s where these 3D platformers were fucking everywhere. It's a great starting point for I guess younger trophy hunters. Yeah, I use the term younger trophy hunters in my notes. And it's great for parents and kids. I'm actually torn about putting it in amazing or good. I'd say amazing. It's mostly because the platinum is very straightforward. There's nothing like super grindy or super annoying that you have to get. You know what? No, I'm gonna put it in good. I think Jack and SpongeBob both belong down here. Ratchet and Clank 2 belongs up here 100%, and Ratchet Deadlock belongs up here. I think, yeah, they all kind of go where they're supposed to. Cat Quest and Cat Quest 2 definitely belong there. They are top tier. Ooh, Bayonetta. Ooh, Bayonetta. Super, super, super fun combat. Just, oh my god, it is so much fun. It's literally the fastest game that I've ever played. I remember I was streaming one boss on the hardest difficulty, and everything was so fast. Like, just, you know, the boss was fast, I was fast. There was a viewer that said, I don't understand what's going on. I don't even understand. I don't even what's going on. And it reminded me of like Dragon Ball, when like people would be watching Goku fight somebody and they'd be like, I can't even see his movements. But it really is like that. The platinum is really not super demanding. You don't really have to. So every single combat encounter, you're given a grade for it, going from like stone to pure platinum. And like using an item in the middle of combat, like a healing item or anything like that, instantly takes you down to the lowest rank. So the game is always encouraging you to like get a little bit better at it. But the platinum doesn't require you to S rank every single combat encounter. I think it requires you to S rank one or two of them, just like in general. But you don't have to like S rank the game on the hardest difficulty. The game doesn't ask you to do that. It does ask you to beat it on the hardest difficulty, which if you have enough items, you can kind of cheese it, which I may have done. So I think, I don't know. It's an amazing game, and it's a wonderful experience, and it's a great platinum, but it's like not perfect. There's no real bullshit trophies, and it gives you enough leeway so that you don't have to play everything frame perfect. Otherwise, it would easily be a 10 out of 10 in terms of difficulty. You know what? Boom. Amazing. Play it. God of War 3. When I think of this game, I think of difficulty spikes. Oh my lord. There's a way to make this bigger? Is there a way to make this bigger? Edit it? Hang on a second. Oh no. Oh no. Did I just fuck up? Hang on a second. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. How do I move it over? Sorry guys, I'm trying to like fix this right now. How do I move this? How do I move this over? Because I can't. Get rid of that. Oh God. Okay. I'm fine with this. I'm fine with this. I'll probably get rid of this though. I'm not experienced with Tier Maker, guys. I'm sorry. For a second, I thought I had completely gotten rid of this whole thing. I'm trying to make these like longer so like I can zoom in closer, but like this is fine. I don't want to have to redo all this stuff again. Oh Jesus Christ. Anyway, moving on. God of War 3. Okay, so when I think of God of War 3, I think of difficulty spikes. I did really good on this game until about the halfway point, and then I started dying a lot. Raven. 3 years, and I have yet to add any kind of animation to hydrate. Thank you very much. I went to the movie last night. I had some popcorn. It was the saltiest popcorn I've ever had in my life. Honestly, it's the saltiest thing I've ever had in my life, and I once ate a big bowl of salt when I was a kid. I think that's a line from Futurama. Saltiest thing I've ever eaten. And I once had a big old bowl full of salt. Anyway, moving on. God of War 3. So there's 2 sections in God of War 3 where I just died again and again and again and again. There's a part towards the end of the game where you're supposed to be like, I think, lowering a chain or something like that. Anyway, you're fighting a bunch of satyrs and Cerberus dogs in hell. It took me an entire stream to get through that battle. It was just brutal. I couldn't figure out what I was doing wrong. I just fucking sucked, man. That and the final fight against Zeus. The final fight against Zeus, I probably died about 100 times. It was just absolutely insane. I mean, hard difficulty wasn't that hard until I got to Zeus. Until I got to the Cerberus dogs. Honestly, I think I just suck at God of War games. Like, I died so many times in that game, it really made me think I just, like, suck at God of War. And I have not played a God of War game since God of War 3. I played Ragnarok, but I only played it for like a day. Yeah, I bought it the day it came out. And I don't know why I did that, because I basically just threw away $60. Because the way I see it, if you buy a game the day it comes out and don't play it immediately, you pretty much just wasted money. Because the price is going to go down eventually. And you're basically paying for the right to play the game when it comes out, not to play it eventually. But aside from that, God of War 3 is a pretty solid platinum. I don't think it's as good as God of War 2, but it's definitely pretty good. I gotta retype all this stuff in. God help us all. Hang on a second. Sorry, guys. Amazing. Both game and platinum are amazing. Both game and platinum are good. Both are fine. Game's fun. Platinum is garbage. Platinum is painful. Both game and plat are painful. Multiplayer trophies. AC2. All right. What's next? Ooh, Toem. Okay, so God of War 3, where is it? God of War 3 was the last game I played before I went to Malaysia for 5 months. And the first game I played when I got back was Toem. I am going to say Toem is a good game. It's not amazing, it's not fine, but it's definitely, it's definitely pretty good. I'm going to start zooming in a bit so you guys can actually see this stuff. Is it? What's going on? Why is it going away like that? Okay. Yeah. You know what? I can zoom in a bit more. There we go. So, Toem is a game that I want to say it took like 6 or 7 hours to get the platinum for. It didn't take that long. And I streamed this game the day I got back from Malaysia. I actually streamed it to kind of like keep myself awake because the jet lag was about to like fuck me over. But anyway, Toem is a very nice, chill, wholesome game about taking pictures of shit. There's no enemies. There's no fighting. All the music is very chill and like low key. It's really, really, really good. Just super chill and relaxing vibes. It's a PS Plus game too, and it's even got a nice little ending too. I don't know if there's anything like super special about it, but it's just a nice change of pace, and I'm kind of glad I played it. Because I usually don't play these like very chill, super chill games like that. All right, next up is Miles Morales. So Miles Morales is I don't think it's up there with Spider-Man 1 because I don't think there's enough content to justify putting it in the top tier. There's also no DLC for Miles Morales. And if we're being honest, Miles Morales should have been a DLC. It's a great game. It's a wonderful game. But if you paid full price for it when it came out, you're a bit of a sucker. Doesn't mean it's a bad game. But it's not as fun as Spider-Man 1. I don't think the Venom gameplay that Miles Morales uses is as fun as the gadget gameplay that Peter Parker uses. But it's good. I wouldn't say it's fine. I wouldn't even say it's painful. It's good. It's all right. It's good. Thumbs up from me. All right, next up we got Astro's Playroom. Astro's Playroom. It's super short. You can do it in one day. It's kind of a love letter to the PlayStation IP. And it's also kind of a love letter to just all things PlayStation. Just like it's a love letter to the hardware. And it's definitely fun for what it is. So it's an awesome game. And the platinum is nothing out of the ordinary. It's basically like just beat the game and beat like a speed run, and you've got the platinum trophy. It's also really short too. I think I want to say it's amazing. I don't know if it's better than Bikini Bottom though. No, it's definitely not better than Bikini Bottom. You know what? Boom. That's kind of revolutionary decision making you see here at Platinum Pursuit. Blah, blah, blah. All right, enough of that nonsense. Let's keep going. How much more Tomb Raider do we got? This is actually super chill music. Yeah, let's bigger. There we go. All right. FF7 Remake. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Okay. I never really got used to the combat in the FF7 Remake. I just never got used to it. And because of that, I just got frustrated easily with certain bosses. And a lot of times I would look up boss strategies of like how to defeat them. And I would mimic those strategies and I would instantly be having a significantly easier time. And that I get it because it doesn't really play like an RPG. It does play like an RPG, but it also doesn't play like an RPG. Like you have to be thinking about what your moves are and how your moves work on the battlefield, and you also have to be thinking about what enemy weaknesses are and strategies involved. In that instance, it's way more action RPG and more like maybe spectacle fighter than it is like an old school FF7. Which is okay, I guess, but I just never got used to it. I never got used to the combat. I played a lot of games, but I just never got a feel for FF7's combat. It just never clicked for me. I mean, I got the fucking platinum trophy, so I played it a lot. I played it on hard mode. Okay, hard mode. FF7 Remake probably has the worst hard mode I've ever seen in a video game. So hard mode enemies hit harder, they have more health, yada 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 yada, whatever. But here's the thing: you cannot recover MP. I think at all. You're super limited in how you can recover MP, and the fuck thought that was a good idea. It's like, yeah, we're gonna make the game harder by taking away things you can do. It's like making Metal Gear Solid 1 harder by just not letting you use the PSG-1. It's like making the game harder by just taking away shit from you. Not like healing items either. Like taking away weapons from you. Like you can still heal. Oh no, I'm sorry. You don't have items either. So like, yeah, you're really limited in like how you can restore health and mana and stuff like that. It is okay, now I remember. You can recover mana in like the little Shinra boxes that you slash. Sometimes mana comes out of that. And you can recover mana that way. And you can actually cheese it. So you can like hit the boxes, leave the area, come back, hit the boxes again, and just keep doing that until you like max out your MP. So like it's not even going all the way in terms of limiting your MP, because you can still get it back. You just have to do some tedious shit, like go back and forth and like hit the boxes, I guess the idea is that in battle, you really have to think about what you're going to use your MP for. And it's like, okay, but like that's so annoying that like they make the game harder by limiting the player. It's like they lower the player ability while like raising the enemy ability. And I really hated that. I thought that was such a cheap fucking piece of shit approach to hard mode. And it's like, it's not like a template isn't out there for how to do hard mode correctly. Kingdom Hearts 2 did it like 20 years ago. So for that reason, I'm going to have to put the game's fun, I guess, and the platinum is painful. Hard mode is just a pain in the dick. Like, yeah, I got through it, but I didn't really feel accomplished at all. I was like, yeah, I beat your stupid fucking mode in which I'm not allowed to recover NP or use items. It's just so annoying. Like, hard mode, a hard difficulty should allow you to take everything in that you've been used to throughout the game. It shouldn't demand that you learn a new way to play the game that you just never had to use up until then. Like, it should deepen your understanding of the game, not force you to play a different version of the same game. I really didn't like it. It put a really sour taste in my mouth, and I'm honestly not looking forward that much to the rebirth or whatever the fuck it's called. I will take OG FF7 any day over the FF7 remake. All right, boomer rant over. Let's move on to a fucking amazing game. Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII. I played Crisis Core on the PS3 when it came out. Let me zoom in here, guys. I played Crisis Core on the PSP when it came out, and I had an absolute fucking blast with it. And when I found out that that there was gonna be a PS4 and a PS5 version of Crisis Core, I was so happy. I'd been wanting this for like so long, and I got it day one. I streamed it the day it came out. Yet, fuck yeah, I did. And I had a blast with it from start to finish. It is a wonderful game. It is. In my notes, I said it's significantly better than the FF7 remake. Even a second playthrough was super fun. You do have to do a second playthrough, but it's hard mode. But you're able to take in all of your spells with you. You're not arbitrarily limited by what you can actually use in hard mode. Not like another fucking game I can mention. Here's the thing, though. And this might knock it out of the amazing tier. There are a lot of missable trophies on a first playthrough. And these missable trophies pretty much demand that you play with a guide. For that, I'm going to have to knock it out of the top tier. I honestly forgot about that. So I played with a guide because I didn't want to miss anything. And I'm also not super knowledgeable about Crisis Core because even though I did play it and get 100% in it, I hadn't played it for like 10 years. So I want to make sure I was doing the right thing. So I did play with a guide just to make sure I didn't miss any of the very easily missable trophies. I didn't. And because of that, I wasn't angry at the game. So if I hadn't done that and I had missed a lot of stuff, I probably would have been fucking pissed because then on a second playthrough, I would have had to gone out of my way to get all that stuff. But I followed a guide from day one or from minute one, so I didn't have to worry about that. I'd probably be telling a different story about my opinion of this game if I had missed that stuff and had to play through multiple times, but I didn't. I also love Zach. He's a great character. I love Rick Gomez. Rick Gomez is Zach's original voice actor. Not a fan of Caleb Pierce, who's a new voice actor. Just not as good. Just not as good. All right. Next up is Final Fantasy VIII. And Final Fantasy VIII? Let's see. This music is hyping me up. Final Fantasy VIII? Are there missables? There are missables, but not many. There's not that many missables. Fuck it. Final Fantasy VIII. Is that the only Final Fantasy that's up there? Really? Yeah. Final Fantasy VIII. Final Fantasy VIII is an amazing game and an amazing platinum trophy. There are missable trophies, but there's very few. Very few. FF7 would be up here with Final Fantasy VIII if it wasn't for the fucking Barrett date that you basically had to set up from the beginning of the game. And because of that, you basically couldn't use Aerith at all. So if you're trying to do the entire platinum in one playthrough for Final Fantasy VII, you can't use Aerith at all because it'll mess up the affection values. Final Fantasy VIII has no such issue. I want to say you have to... There's like 2 times you have to get a Timber Maniacs magazine, one on the White Seed ship and one in Timber. And that's it. Those are the only missable trophies because the Guardian Forces that you could miss from the bosses are all available in the final dungeon of the game. Final Fantasy VIII became my favorite Final Fantasy because of this most recent playthrough. I did this playthrough earlier this year. I think it was early. Yeah, it was earlier this year. And we made a lot of progress. We made it to like the current year. I had more fun with Final Fantasy VIII than I did with Crisis Core and the FF7 remake. I had an absolute blast with this game, and it was a joy to play through. When I wasn't playing and I was like at work or I was like going for a run or something, I was listening to like Final Fantasy VIII videos and just counting down the days or counting down the hours until I could play Final Fantasy VIII with you guys again. The trophy list is very reasonable. There's a lot of things that Final Fantasy VIII could have made you do, and they don't really make you do that much. Also, the last dungeon, Ultimisha's Castle in Final Fantasy VIII, is probably the best dungeon in any Final Fantasy. It is superb. I love it. It's so good. Super underrated. All right. It's time for Alien Isolation. I'm going to say the game is fun, but the platinum is painful. I'm going to tell you why. This is probably the scariest, most unnerving game I've ever played. That being said, play it on hard and play it once. And that's it. Multiple playthroughs, which is what I had to do, made things really rough. Made them really, really rough. I wanted to play through the game for the first time without having to follow a guide. And because of that, I had to play through the game multiple times because of like stuff I missed. Understandable. That's kind of the price of admission. But because I played on hard mode the first time, the alien killed me so many times, I became desensitized to it. I think the game would have been improved with the alien killing you less, but the checkpoints being a lot longer in between checkpoints. So there was an increase in tension. As it was in hard mode, the alien sometimes just knows right where you are and just runs around the corner and kills you. You have to move so slow and so methodical the entire time because the alien's gonna hear where you're going and just run for you immediately. Until I kind of figured out how the alien works and how to get around him, this motherfucker killed me. It didn't kill me 100 times. I didn't get the 100 kills trophy, but it killed me a lot. It killed me a lot. It killed me so many times I was like, fuck you. Like I started not to care. So it's definitely a scary game and an unnerving game, but like it could have been better. And god damn, the fucking face huggers, man. Those face huggers are super high tension, like super high suspense. Like you'd walk into a room and you'd hear like you hear like a screech, and you had about 3 seconds to find out where they were going and kill them before they had just attached to your face and just killed you instantly. And there's even a trophy for beating the game without dying. And the only way I found to do it was basically to keep a cloud save and just keep replacing the cloud save. And if I did die and there was nothing I could do about it, I would like reload the game from the cloud save. It was just so tedious. Maybe that's my fault though. Maybe that's not the game's fault, because I'm just not very good at the game and had to resort to such things. Maybe that's not my fault. Maybe that's the game's fault. You know what? That is my fault. It's not the game's fault. Good tier. I think it belongs up here in good tier. All right, moving along, we got Stray. So in my notes, I just called Stray Furry Eco. And I honestly think that's a pretty good I'm sorry. I don't think that's a wait. Can I? Oh, wow. I don't think that's a pretty good summary of it. Eco was amazing. I'd say Stray is amazing. So Stray, I think it's an extremely underrated game. When it came out, it was just like the cat game. But there's so much more to it than that. There's amazing environmental storytelling in Stray, and really strong mood and like good use of light. And the city in Stray, the Dead City, is probably one of the most compelling settings I've seen in a video game since Rapture. I'm completely serious about this. And the relationship formed between Stray and the robot is on par with the relationship between Eco and Yorda in Eco. The only thing is that Stray never speaks because he's a fucking cat. But the robot does speak. So the robot's able to kind of communicate his feelings and like what it means to finally open up the city and connect it with the rest of the world. I think it's a wonderful game. And the toughest trophy is the speedrun trophy. And the speedrun trophy is 2 hours or less, just like Eco. It's Furry Eco. It's Furry Eco. During the stream, when I got to the end and the robot was basically going to sacrifice itself to open up the gates of the city. Yeah, spoilers. I was like, is this Eco? This sounds like Eco. Okay. We've made a lot of progress tonight. That doesn't mean I'm going to stop. But I'm just saying we've made a lot of progress tonight, and we've actually reached the last game that I made notes for myself. From here on out, it's all just recent memory. What the fuck? Why is this here? No, this shouldn't be here. So from here on out, everything's going to be off the top of my head. And, 4 hours of talking about every game I've ever played in my life. My mind hasn't turned to mush yet. Anyway, Life is Strange. I gotta refer to my notes. Life is Strange. So I had heard about this game for years. I had heard about how good it was, how bad it was, how controversial it was, how hipster it was, how it was an awful game because there's almost no gameplay, how it's a wonderful game because it focuses on story and characters. I had heard like everything about this game, but I hadn't really heard much about the story, and I hadn't played it for myself. So this game was selected by a viewer, and I turned it on. I played through it. After one session, I was hooked. This is legitimately good storytelling, and I was kind of shocked how good the story was. This is one of the few video games that I can say I love, and I was actually sad when the credits rolled. It got me. Not only is it a great game, it's a great platinum as well. So there's a lot of choices you can make in this game that affect things like later on, like outcomes later on. And one of the beautiful things about this trophy list is not one of those choices is tied to a trophy. You are completely free to make whatever choice you want for the story to happen. Never, not once, is a trophy tied to your individual choices in the story. You just got to get to the end of the story. Whatever choices you made along the way and whatever choice you make at the end is up to you. I love that because they could very easily fuck up their entire concept of their game by forcing you to choose certain things and thereby limiting the avenues you were going to take because you cared too much about the trophies. For that reason, I'm going to give this amazing. It's an awesome game. You got to try it out. You got to experience it for yourself. It is a wonderful game. Go check it out. Okay, so like a third of all the games I've played so far. Hey, Prompto, what's up? I'm like losing my voice. I've just been talking for like 3 hours straight. How you doing this evening, Prompto? Or this morning? Or this afternoon? Not really sure what it is for you. Thank you for the hydrate, Raven. Good music, isn't it? It's Tomb Raider music. Excuse me. Other friends, Cashmere Z, how are your feathers feeling? Travels of the night. Fly of the night crawl, watching over and protected. Travels of the night from nearest. Let's stop here, dude. I'm pretty good. I have ranked. I'm in the process of ranking my top 100 platinum trophies. I'm sorry, no. I'm in the process of ranking my first 100 platinum trophies. I recently got my 100th platinum trophy, and I'm ranking all of them. A little tier list, if you will. I'm about to do this all in one night. I didn't think I'd be able to do this. It's kind of shocking to me that I've completed this many games. Where does the time go? What you been up to, Prompto? Been nice seeing you lately. How many more do I got? 1, 2, 3, 5, 12. We got 12 left. 12 trophies left. I've done 88 of these motherfuckers already. No rest for the wicked. Let's go. Final Fantasy. These are the Pixel remasters. I had an absolute blast with Final Fantasy 1. I didn't think I would have as much fun with this as I did when it came out. So I'm gonna let y'all in a little secret. I've never beat the original Final Fantasy. The original Final Fantasy is actually hard as shit because of the way it was constructed and the way like mana worked and stuff. This is kind of a toned down version of that original Final Fantasy, but it still keeps a bit of his teeth. But I know a lot about the original Final Fantasy. I know kind of how it works, and I know how to kind of build your team so you can make like an overpowered party. So I didn't go into it completely blind. But I tell you, Final Fantasy 1 is a game that just like doesn't waste your time. Like everywhere you go, there's like a new piece of lore introduced about this world you're in. And they usually don't talk about it that much. They're just like, hey, in this village, there's fucking mermaids. Hey, in this village, there's the remains of an ancient civilization. Hey, in this village, we're scared of vampires. Hey, in this village, we're all dwarves and we build shit. The game is just so short and sweet and to the point, and they just vaguely mention this stuff and they don't elaborate on it. So like, you know, for me, I just start imagining all this backstory. It's not like other RPGs where they just talk endlessly about things you don't care. It's a very economical form of storytelling, and I fucking love it. I can't put it anywhere other than amazing. It's a fucking amazing game. You should try it. And honestly, the platinum is like, hey, just like beat the game and level up, get to a certain level, and like it's pretty reasonable. I think probably the most demanding thing is that you have to like find all the treasure chests, which are not hard at all to find. My mom was saying she loved me. I said I love you too. Moving right along. I did after Final Fantasy. I did Dead Space after Final Fantasy. Dead Space. I think I would put this in good. Dead Space kicked my ass when I played through it the first time. I played through it on hard difficulty. So there's like 4 or 5 difficulties for Dead Space. To get the platinum trophy, you have to beat it on the hardest difficulty. And there's no New Game Plus, which means you have to kind of master the game, and you have to like be really smart about how you upgrade your weapons, and also how you spend your credits to like upgrade your suit and stuff like that. I played through on hard difficulty at first, and it just kicked my ass. And I made a lot of bad decisions in how I was going to spend my credits and my upgrade points. And I basically got to a point where the game was like virtually impossible. So I started the entire game over, and I think having to do that soured me on it. Like, I got the platinum, and I had a good time, but I was just really crabby the whole time. I don't know. And the game, I kind of saw the game as like a chore, to be honest. And I don't know if I'll ever play another Dead Space. Maybe I'll play the remake. I don't know. If I do, I will play on a much easier difficulty to start out with, to kind of get used to the game. Survival horror games are that way. For me, I think. You play it on the hardest difficulty because choices you make in the beginning of a survival horror game can impact you much later on. Like, your decision to use a healing item when you don't really need to is really going to affect you later on. And I was making a lot of mistakes with Dead Space initially, like upgrading the wrong type of weapons, upgrading health and not upgrading stasis. Like, I was making just tons of mistakes. I got a lot better on like subsequent playthroughs, but I think having such a horrible first experience with Dead Space kind of soured me on it. It's a good game, but I wouldn't call it amazing. Final Fantasy 2. It's fine. Final Fantasy 2 is more of a tedious game than Final Fantasy 1. It's extremely melodramatic. Final Fantasy 2 is a big reason why the Final Fantasy stories are the way they are. It was like the first like really big story-heavy game that focused on like character dramas. Sick as shit. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna get to the end of this. And Final Fantasy 2 also had like missable trophies. I'm sorry, missable enemies and missable treasure chests. So it became this whole like, hey, do I have all these things? If I have all these things, can I go forward with the game and like go past the point of no return? So it wasn't as I had to pay closer attention to what I was doing than I did with Final Fantasy. Also, I didn't really care for the battle system. The battle system and the level up system were just tedious. Like, you get a new spell, right? But you'd have to level up that spell. So all the spells and almost everything levels up in Final Fantasy 2. So you'd get like Ultima, for example, the best spell in the game. Like, you'd get Ultima and you'd use it and it was shit because you didn't level it up. Plus, you should give it to a character that already has high magic. Otherwise, it's not going to do... Like, it was a whole thing, right? It wasn't like, oh, you just fight, level up, and everything gets better. No, everything leveled up individually. So you had to like make this intricate plan for how to level up everybody. Unless you were like some people and you stand around and hit each other to level up your defense and your attack power. It's like pushing a hand against another hand. Like, it gets stronger as the other one gets stronger too. The Final Fantasy 2 wasn't as good as Final Fantasy. Shocker. It was kind of fun to turn a lot of the end game bosses into toads, though. That was pretty fun. And it was also kind of fun to one shot the last boss with the blood sword. All right, moving on. Hellblade. It's amazing. Hellblade is the best game I played this year, even though it didn't come out this year. Hellblade is a fucking amazing game, and everyone should play it. The platinum's really easy too. Like, yeah, there's missable trophies. There's like missable. They're basically audio logs, a la BioShock, but it's not really that hard to get. And the game's pretty short. The game is probably like 5-6 hours long on a first playthrough. A second playthrough, it's probably like 3 hours long. I played this for a friend, not on stream, but I played this for a friend, and I think I beat the game in a little less than 2 hours. I'm sorry, a little less than 3 hours. And this friend doesn't play video games that much, so I don't know what they thought of it, but I was trying to share something, meaningful with them. So, but yeah, it's a wonderful game. If you like a good story and you like good games, give this thing a try. Resident Evil 2. I think this is pretty easy. I've already talked about Resident Evil 2. Resident Evil 2, it's the same game. It's the same game with the same trophies. I loved it so much I played it twice. It belongs in Amazing. You should play this game. One Piece Pirate Warriors 2. One Piece Pirate Warriors 2 is better than Pirate Warriors 1. And it's a much more reasonable platinum, but it's still a bit grindy. I'm going to have to put it as, the game's fun, but the platinum is painful. It's about on par with Pirate Warriors 3 and Unlimited World Red in terms of like the fun of the game. But the platinum's not as bad as Pirate Warriors, where you're pretty much grinding the same level over and over again. It's still grindy, but you're grinding different levels. You're doing different stages. You're using different characters. Like, it breaks up the monotony enough that you're just having fun experiencing all the sides of the game. It's probably the game that requires the most variety to see the platinum. What I mean by that, you could get the platinum with Pirate Warriors 3 and Pirate Warriors 1 just using the same character the entire time. Well, the exception of the special stages. But Pirate Warriors 2, you have to use different characters. The game, like, demands it. I think it was you had to clear 20 stages with 5 different characters, or no, 5 stages with 20 different characters, something like that. But basically, the game wouldn't keep track of like how many characters you had used, or how many characters you had cleared with each stage, or how many stages you cleared with each character. So you're basically switching characters all the time, and because of that, you're learning how they all work, and you're actually having a lot of fun learning the different characters. You're not just picking one character to spam all the dungeons with, or spam all the levels with. It's a wonderful game, but I can't rank it any higher than Games Fun. The Platinum is awful, because it is super grindy. Maybe... I'd say it's fine. So you have to beat every level on super hard difficulty, and you have to get an S rank in every level. So it's not just grinding out levels for the sake of grinding out levels. Like there is a modicum of challenge in there. Yeah, I'd rank it higher than Pirate Warriors 3. Spider-Man Remastered. It's the same game I played earlier. There's no difference. Same trophy list, same everything. It's the same game. So this one is also amazing. Spectacular, if you will. One Piece World Seeker. I actually had fun with One Piece World Seeker. And it's not a super grindy platinum like One Piece Unlimited World Red is. It was kind of annoying, just because of the It was kind of annoying just because the sheer amount of content there was. And I want to say you had to complete like 100 side quests or something like that. but it honestly wasn't too bad, and the world was kind of fun. It was probably one of the better open world games I played, just because of the scope being very small, and the combat was also kind of fun, if a bit shallow. It's fine. It's fine. The highest a One Piece game ever got, and it's fine. Oh yeah, Pirate Warriors 4 is up there too. Spider-Man 2. Now, Spider-Man 2 is a sequel to Spider-Man 1. It's a bigger game. There's more variety. I don't think the story is as good, but there's definitely the combat's been tightened and refined, and the trophy list is actually more reasonable than the first game. So in the first game, you had to complete, I think it was altogether like 148 crimes or something like that. There was basically 20 crimes in each district, and there's like 11 districts. So you don't have to do that in Spider-Man 2, which I think is a bit of a detriment. Like, there's honestly not that much. Yeah, I'm gonna turn desktop audio up a bit. There's honestly not that much content in Spider-Man 2 compared to Spider-Man 1. Like, it felt like the game was over too quickly. Okay, like there is content, but it just felt short. You know what I mean? And maybe I was just having such a good time that, you know, I didn't want to see it end. But I can, in good conscience, put this as anything more than amazing. It is a wonderful game. If you haven't played Spider-Man 2, highly recommend it. Do you need to play Spider-Man 1 beforehand? Not really. Is it beneficial to play Spider-Man 1 before that? Yeah, I guess. I don't know. But if it's not like you'll just be completely lost if you don't play Spider-Man 1 beforehand. One Piece Odyssey. Both the game and the platinum are painful. Okay, so this game was fun for like a day or two, but after a while it just got tedious. Like, it wasn't fun to play it anymore. And for that reason, it took me like basically a year to get this platinum trophy. I kind of got this platinum trophy just because I wanted to see it end. I just wanted to see the end of it. Kind of like the stream right now. And I was like, please let this be the end of One Piece Odyssey. There's actually DLC that I could get for One Piece Odyssey that I haven't gone after yet. And maybe I will one day, but like the thought of playing through any bit more One Piece, like, it's not a bad game. It's just tedious. And it's like, once you play the game for like a day, like once you play the game for about 10 hours, you've basically seen everything the game has to offer. Like, yeah, you do gain more abilities later on, and yeah, you're able to, you know, use special abilities to empower people. Yeah, you're able to use trick balls to like decrease enemy defense and special defense. And yeah, you're able to increase your own defense and stuff like that. It never gets more complex than like a Dragon Quest game, which is fine. It's got really good presentation. It's pretty fun, but it's like just so samey. Like, once you've played one of these One Piece open world RPGs, or once you've played a One Piece RPG, you kind of play them all. And I think by the time I got to One Piece Odyssey, I was honestly kind of burnt out with all these One Piece games. I love the series and I love the franchise, but in terms of One Piece games that like do it for me, I think it's World Seeker, Pirate Warriors 4, and maybe Pirate Warriors 3, maybe Unlimited World Red too. Pirate Warriors 1 and Odyssey are just not it. I'm sorry. Got 2 games left, guys. 2 games left. Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2. This is part of the Legacy Collection. I'm going to say, pretty good. Pretty good. All you have to do for these games is beat them. And then beat the boss rush. And you can beat the boss rush on easy difficulty if you want. There's basically no missable trophies in the entire game. And all the trophies are basically gold trophies. So if you wanna raise your gold trophy count, well then there you go. It was fun to kind of go back to where it all began. So I had never played the original Metal Gear. I played the Nintendo version when I was a kid. And I'd never played Metal Gear 2. And it was kind of cool to see like where all those gameplay elements and the story elements came from like later on in the series. Because they're all present here. Last one, guys. Platinum number 100. I don't know why this is in here. I think I made a mistake. Metal Gear Solid 1. Amazing. An absolutely amazing platinum. This is probably one of the best examples of like an amazing game and amazing platinum kind of working together to enhance each other. So in Metal Gear Solid 1, you have to complete all the VR missions, which is kind of tedious, but they are content. Like they are all different. They are all unique in the amount of challenge they offer. You're not just playing the same mission over and over and over again, grinding out GMP or weapons parts or anything like that. No, you're playing different stuff and it is challenging you. It is, well, it's testing your knowledge of the game and what you can do in the game. Doesn't make you better at the main game? Probably not. But does it make you appreciate what's actually in the game and what the developers managed to like do with this gameplay? Yes, it does. There's a lot of stuff you can do in VR missions. The level design just doesn't make you do in the original game. And I love that. Oh, it's so good. And they test you on the main game as well, because in order to get the Platinum Trophy, you have to finish the game with the Fox or the Big Boss codename, which means you basically have to play the game perfectly on hard mode or extreme. Yours truly, of course, went for extreme and Big Boss mode, because this is the 100th Platinum, so it should be a big deal. I should get to the end of it and feel excited about it. And I do. And that's it. That is all of my first... Try again. Those are the first 100 Platinum Trophies I got in a tier list. I did it. It took 4.5 hours, but I did it. I fucking did it. Yeah, that might have helped. Yeah, whatever. I fucking did it. And my brain is like turned to mush. Just like going through like my head and trying to remember all this shit. But I did it. I hope you guys had fun. I know I had fun. I don't know what else to say. I assume Sumo would come in here and be like, how dare you put Borderlands 1 in both game and plat are painful. How dare you? That's actually the best Borderlands, you piece of shit. It's like, how are you going to put your favorite game in Games Fun, the platinum is painful? How could you do that? Can you download this? Download image. Title of tier list. First 100 platinums. Kashmir approved. Save. Okay. Maybe I should take off the full screen. What? Why can't I? Are you what? Okay, why are you saying I can't download an image, tier maker? Oh. All right, guys. I don't know what else to say, and I've got kind of a headache. I feel sick. I think it was because I went to the movies last night and had some of the saltiest popcorn I've ever had in my life. I think just having so much salt like fucked me up. Also, this popcorn. So we get there, right? And the little like popcorn machine, there's no popcorn in it. And I'm just like, oh, I guess they don't eat popcorn here. And so we asked for popcorn and they're like, okay. And they like went into a closet and they came out and they had popcorn. It's like, where'd this popcorn come from? But I was like, oh, whatever. Probably should have gone with my gut and not eaten that shit. because I felt terrible when I woke up, and I've barely been able to eat all day. Oh well, I need to lose weight anyway. I guess that's it. I guess that's all there is to say. I had an awesome time. I hope you guys had an awesome time. I'm going to put this video up on YouTube, and I'm going to put this image up on the Discord. I don't know where I'm going to put it, to be honest, but I'm going to put it somewhere. Let's see. Let's raid somebody, huh? Wait. Oh, I'm looking at an image. I'm not looking at the thing. Alright. Who be streaming right now? Sumo streaming. Who are these people? Oh my god. Is this chick fucking naked right now? Oh my god. I mean, whatever. I'm not a fan. Damn, that looks fun. I kind of miss World of Warcraft, I'm not gonna lie. What the fuck? They're doing Final Fantasy 14 shit. Anyway, let's see who's playing. You know what? Fuck it. I am just going to... I'm gonna try to raid Sumo. If I can't raid Sumo, I'm just going to end the stream. The target channel has disabled raids. You asshole. Alright. That's going to be it for me, guys. I hope you had an awesome time. I had an awesome time. I will see you guys later. Take care, everybody. Kashmir, out.